joining us this evening for the Tuesday, December 7th, 2021 City Council meeting. I'm Mayor Ashley Stolzman, and because of COVID-19, this meeting is being held electronically and is being recorded. There'll be some public comment periods throughout the night. Attendees can raise their hand by clicking the raise hand button that you'll find on the bottom of the screen. Attendees calling in can dial *9 on their phone, and then we'll be able to see a raised hand appear on your behalf. When I acknowledge a member of the public and the clerk unmutes you, please tell us your name, address, and your question or concern. Each person will have 3 minutes for their comments. If you wish to speak on another topic, you'll need to raise your hand again. Thank you for following these directions and helping us to maintain meeting decorum. City Clerk Muth, could we please have a roll call?
Mayor Stolzman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Here.
Councilmember Fahey?
Here.
Councilmember Lay?
Here.
Councilmember Moe?
Here.
Thank you, everyone. Could I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Fahey. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Councilmember Brown. Any discussion of the agenda? All those in favor, please say aye. Oh,
Aye.
sorry, sorry about that.
I have a request,
Councilmember Moe.
and my apologies. I was supposed to be on an airplane today at noon going to Vegas, and instead I was in a dentist chair having an emergency root canal, which was unpleasant, but much more pleasant than the pain I was in. But I actually have to leave early tonight because I have to catch a plane, the only plane I could get today that allowed me to at least participate in this meeting at 11. And I was hoping that we could switch, and the order of the agenda to discuss the boards and commissions after we discuss the Red Tail Ridge ordinance. Ashley, if you have the agenda in front of you, I'm still having trouble with this computer.
No problem. So the proposal is to move item D up
Thank
after
you.
A. And so is there any discussion of that?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion of the motion to reorder the agenda? All right. I
Thank you
think
very
that's a
much.
good idea anyway. I'll speak on behalf of the motion to reorder just in the event we run late. Those are the two time sensitive items. So we could continue the other
Thanks,
items.
everybody.
It makes a lot of sense. So we will do that. All those in favor of approving the amended agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. The motion carries. And that takes us to our public comment period for items that are not on our agenda or items that are only on our consent agenda. Any members of the public care to comment on items that are not on our agenda or items that are on the consent agenda? First, we have the phone number ending in 8226. You should be unmuted. You might be muted on your end.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. This is Sherry Summer at 910 South Palisade Court, and I'd like to bring your attention to the importance of watering trees during this season of drought. I've been hearing from different sources such as Botanic Gardens and CSU that it's very important that we begin to water trees now, at least once a month and deeply. I brought this to the attention of Chris Wickby, the city forester, who very helpfully responded immediately. He said that he's the only one watering city trees at the moment because the water is turned off and he's the only one available. And he is going to get the word out by website and the community newsletter. But because this is so important and because trees can die or become seriously damaged if we don't water them, I wanted to bring this to everybody's attention who's on the call tonight. Please, there's a lot of good sites about watering trees out there. Please, I urge you to do it sooner rather than later. This is not something to procrastinate on because once trees are damaged, roots are damaged, they're not able to uptake water as well. Mention it to your friends and neighbors. And I also just wanted to ask if there's anything can be done in these areas. Is the city able to notify HOAs of the importance of watering trees at the moment? I did talk to one woman, one resident in Steel Ranch, who said that they're turning on their water and watering trees, but I don't know if all HOAs are aware of this. Is there a way to notify businesses with trees that they really should do all they can to protect the trees on their properties? And also, I'd like to encourage people who live near public trees to think about watering them, because even if we don't own them, they're still very valuable to our town. And I just hope we can all get on board with this. We'll thank ourselves later in the summer when our trees are not so susceptible to drought and heat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the comment. And next in the queue, we have Bob L.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Robert Lynn. I live at 817 West Conifer Court. You led off the November 23rd edition of A Message from the Mayor by saying that you share the anger and grave concern expressed by President Biden in response to the verdict in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Why does that trial court decision cause you anger and concern?
Thank you, Robert. And you have a whole 3 minutes. It's not a time period for us to go back and forth, but if you'd like to add anything else, you have 3 minutes for any comments you'd like to make.
I'm done. If you could answer my question, please.
Thank you. And just for everybody watching, this public comment period is not a dialogue. We can only take things up that are on the agenda, but we really appreciate any public comments that come in. So next in the queue, we have Tess Wilson.
Hi. Thank you for serving us during these hard times. I am here to talk about the 2022 work plan. With the climate crisis and this time of inclusion, we need to be taking bold steps to make our town a leader and make a healthier and safe future for our citizens. We can no longer ignore the climate crisis, and we can see the impacts it's having each day with the droughts we're experiencing. While we are all trying to reduce our climate impact, individual action is important, but cities are found to be a huge solution to this climate crisis. Ithaca in New York, a town the same size as Lewisville, is using rebates and incentives to decarbonize towns. This type of action is so possible, and as a town, we are so ready to make this change. There is no reinventing. This type of bold action is necessary for the climate solution. We can see that other towns are taking these steps, so why can't we? The 2022 work plan should include a request for a comprehensive strategy to decarbonize municipal operations, existing residential buildings, existing commercial buildings, and transportation infrastructure by 2030. This strategy should include timing, budget estimates, and have interwoven the key principles of equity, diversity, and inclusion. This gives us an opportunity to become leaders for Colorado and our future citizens. Everyone is saying that my generation has the power to create this needed change, and yet our decisions are being made by those in charge. I'm asking you on behalf of my generation and all futures to make the right decision for us and take this step towards the climate solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments from members on items that are not on our agenda or items that are on our consent agenda? Tiffany Boyd.
Hi, Tiffany Boyd, 550 Grant Avenue. I just wanted to emphasize and thank Tess for her comments. I think that was amazing. I think going into this, there's so many exciting things happening in our town where we have new council members, we have a new city manager starting, we have all these takeaways from COP26 in Glasgow. A lot of what was brought up at COP26 was elevating environmental justice and elevating the climate solutions that lie within local municipalities. So what a perfect time as our council is developing their work plan to center, like Tess said, the decarbonization of our community and to look around the country for other communities that are doing the same thing and to work regionally because, like Tess said, we can't leave all this work to the next generation. We need to roll up our sleeves and we need to get this done now. And there's so many possible things that we can do. So if we operationalize this type of decarbonization into our budget, into every single part of our work plan that affects all our city departments, and we elevate the EDI task force good work and make sure that equity is infused into all of our decarbonization plans, it's an exciting time for our city, and we look forward as citizens to helping our city leadership accomplish this. So thank you for your work and looking forward to seeing decarbonization and equity really centered in your work plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And that takes us through our public comments on items that are not on our agenda tonight. Thank you so much for those comments. Next, we have the consent agenda. Could I please get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda. I'd like to make one comment.
I'll come right back to you once we get a second. If I could
Okay.
just get a second.
Second.
We've got a second from Councilmember Dickinson. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you for keeping us in line, Mayor. Appreciate that. We all appreciate that. You know, I want to thank the staff, and I want to thank the citizens, and I want to thank the city council for the work on, and my colleague, Councilor Fahey, who worked with me on the recruitment of the new city manager. I think we're all excited to have Jeff Durbin starting later this month. I guess December 31st is the actual date, but you know, I think this is a process that had a lot of citizen input, had a lot of staff input, and I appreciate all the work that my colleagues on the council. And it's exciting that we have unanimity around the decision that we made for the next city manager. So it's something I'm very excited about, and thank you very much for allowing me to make comments.
Thank you. Any other discussion of the consent agenda? I'd just like to add that normally when we were approving the contract of the new city manager, we would have, you know, a community welcome. We would take a break after it. We would probably have, you know, coffee, and everybody would be able to introduce themselves. Given the virtual nature of our meeting tonight, we won't be doing that, but I would suggest that we should plan to do some sort of a welcoming reception and a coffee when the numbers settle out a little bit in first quarter, so that community members have a chance to welcome Jeff with open arms, and everybody can start to get to know him better. So I see that our future city manager is on tonight, and we couldn't be more excited to get to approve your contract and take these next steps forward to working together. So thank you so much for taking time out of your day to join us tonight. Any other discussion on the consent agenda? Jeff, did you want to say anything? City Manager Durbin? Oh, we lost him.
Oops, there he is.
There he is.
Sure, Mayor. Thank you. I just am thrilled by this opportunity. I am so excited to work with a dedicated group of elected and appointed officials and city staff, and I'm so happy to serve this great community of Lewisville. I'm really looking forward to working with you all, and I'm ready to get started.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Any other discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. The consent agenda is approved. And that takes us to our council informational comments on pertinent items not on the agenda. I have one comment this evening. It's the 7th of December, Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. So if everyone will please join me in a moment of silence for Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. Thank you, everyone. I hope you all were able to take some time today to think about the day. And with that, we'll ask any other council members if you have things that are informational comments on pertinent items that are not on the agenda. All right, seeing none, it takes us to our city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have no report for this evening.
Thank you. And our first item of regular business tonight is A on our agenda, if you're following along, reconsideration of ordinance number 1811, series 2021, the Red Tail Ridge Master Plan. So there are two topics that we can pursue tonight, one or the other. So it's ordinance number 1819, series 2021, an ordinance repealing ordinance 1811, series 2021, an ordinance approving the First Amendment to the ConocoPhillips Campus General Development Plan, Red Tail Ridge Master Plan. And this would be our first reading, if that's the route we wanted to go. Or we can take up resolution number 90 tonight, series 2021, a resolution referring an ordinance to a vote of the registered electors of the city of Lewisville as special election to be held in 2022. So I'll turn it over to our city attorney to introduce the item to us a bit more, and then we'll come back for council discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor noted, this item is before you to choose one of two paths. Following council's adoption of ordinance number 1811, a referendum petition was circulated in the community, and there were enough valid signatures on that referendum petition to bring this forward to you tonight. In the addendum posted on the city's website and distributed to city council members, there is the final statement of petition sufficiency, which the city clerk issued today. So upon receipt of a final statement of petition sufficiency, the statutes require that the city council promptly reconsider the ordinance and either repeal it or refer it to the city's voters. If the city determines to repeal it, as the mayor noted, tonight would only be first reading of that ordinance. Your charter would require a second reading, and at that second reading, there would be public comment received in a public hearing on that ordinance. And then that ordinance would become effective 30 days following publication, after which the Red Tail Ridge matter would come back to the city council in early February for a final decision on that land use application. If the city council determines to refer the ordinance to the city's voters, there is a resolution in your packet that could be adopted to do that. And prior to adopting that resolution, the city council would need to determine on what date the election would be held. In your council communication are the dates that were determined would meet the requirements of the statute. The statute does give a time frame during which that election must be held. And as you can see, the city clerk recommends that the special election not be held earlier than April 5th. So we'd ask you to keep that in mind when determining an election date, if that's the route that the city council determines to take. And with that, I will be available to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Attorney Kelly. And so we'll come back to council for a little bit of discussion. Normally we try to frame things with motions, but I think in this case we'll have some discussion. But before we get to that, just ask if any council members have any disclosures they want to make on any matters this evening. Councilmember Most?
Yeah, I just wanted to state that because I am the only member of the council that was not involved in the deliberations on this matter, that prior to my election to city council, my engagement in this process was as a citizen exercising her First Amendment rights to petition her government. Once I was elected to city council and took my oath of office, which I take very seriously, it was incumbent upon me to act in a quasi-judicial manner as it relates to any of these deliberations on this issue. And as such, I spent the last 5 days reviewing all of the deliberations, reviewing all the packet material, rereading the comprehensive plan and other relevant documents, because from my perspective, it was important for me to do a reset and to review all of that information as a sitting city council member. And so that's what I have done, as I said, over the last 5 to 7 days, all 12 or 15 hours or whatever it was of the material. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Most. And then I just want to state in full disclosure that there's a legislative breakfast with a number of sponsors that's held every year in January that I've been invited to, as I believe other council members have. And the Red Tail Ridge Metropolitan District is a sponsor. And given the Ethics Commission's findings on Senator Hickenlooper's case, I've chosen not to attend the breakfast just to avoid any appearance of accepting some kind of a gift from a third-party sponsor of a benefit. But I just wanted to disclose that for the record, so that if there was any question about any of my attendance at that event, it would just be clarified on the record. Any other disclosures folks want to make? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, City Attorney Kelly, for laying that out for us. I think it's clear to all members of council that we really have two paths, that we need to do one thing or another. Normally at council, we can say yes or no to each and everything, but we really do need to choose a path. So if we could have some discussion this evening ahead of making motions about which path we'd like to pursue, so that we don't step on each other's toes, I think that would be productive. I also think it would be helpful for the public, because if we are going down one path or another, like for example, if we're going down the ordinance path, it's first reading and we really would have a public hearing at second reading. If we're going down the resolution path, tonight would be the only night for action on the resolution. So I do think a little bit of discussion and framing would be helpful for everyone before we take public comment, so they'll know what we're commenting on, or at least the nature of the discussion. Would anyone like to start us off? Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I've considered over the last 5 to 7 days, like Councillor Most, is this whole process. And one of the things I really appreciate about Lewisville is the rules that we have in place about how we govern. And we made a decision. We had a vote. It was a split vote. And there were citizens who believed that they thought differently about that. And we have a referendum process. And they gathered 700 and some number of votes, which was plenty for that referendum to be referred back to us, with the idea that they didn't agree with the split vote that council had made. And that's a constitutional right. It's something I very much appreciate. And to me, that leads me down the path of the resolution, because we should let the citizens speak on this. And to do anything else, I think, would be out of bounds of the intent of the referendum process. For us to make a decision that we won't do something, that when I look at this, the resolution that's taking the vote will affect what we do in the future. I look back and speaking and rereading the comprehensive plan, just like, I'm sure other members of council have done. And, the first one was done in 1973. And we've had many iterations of the comp plan since then. And we've had a lot of, public input in that, as well as staff and councils over the years. Whatever we do with this will set the tone for the future. And so I would like to hear from the citizens and, help us understand that, because we're going to go into a comprehensive planning process in the next year. And this is information not only about this particular application, but about the direction of the city. And I think it's something that we should understand what the will of the community is. So I strongly support Resolution 90 and moving forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. Councilmember Fahey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I agree with what Mayor Pro Tem Maloney just stated. It's important to me to find out what the citizens think about issues. For us to reverse the decision based on even 700 and some isn't something that I'm willing to do, because while it's a very vocal minority, it is a minority, and I would like to know what the majority of the residents think. And going forward, this is going to be very important in deciding what we do on other pieces of land that we have in the city. So I want to know what the citizens want to see.
Thank you both. I'm not seeing any other hands from folks, so I'll add my comments in at this point. So I think both of these options are viable options in front of us tonight within the scope and intent of what the city council is meant to do. So when council takes any action by ordinance, I very much respect the rights of the citizens to be able to bring forward a referendum for the council to either choose to reconsider the action they've taken or to put it to a vote of the people. So I think these are both viable paths. I think we'll be able to come up with something tonight. I do think we should have some discussion around an ordinance repealing the findings. It was certainly a lot of really good discussion. And I think that it is not easy to get 700 signatures. I guess I take a little bit issue with calling a group that's collected 700 signatures the minority. We don't know where it will stand until after there's a vote or not. And I always take a little bit of issue when people say just because someone disagrees with them, they're the vocal minority. I'm not sure that that's the definition of that. We heard a lot of that on the bag tax at 25 cents, and then we got the vote results, and overwhelmingly that was the majority that felt that way. So I always hear that and it kind of rings in my ears. But in any case, I would be supportive of going down the path of the ordinance tonight and talking through that. I do think in something, it took all of us how much time to read all of the documents for Red Tail Ridge. Like, why do you have a city council? Why don't we just vote on everything? Like, I can tell you how long it took me to look through every one of those fly-through videos, to compare our code to what was presented, to look at what's allowable before this ordinance was approved and after, to understand the impacts of the traffic, just the traffic. If I think of just how long it took me studying the traffic report and the analysis that was done, and considering the impact on the community, it took a lot of time, and that's why we elect council. Is to review that material and to do that hard work and make those judgments. And so I do think that there's a valid point to repealing the ordinance, to do our job as council members, to do that hard work, to review the material, and to not say to the community, you all have to figure this out. Just from the addendum to the packet, and the community members are my boss. I work for the community, but there's a tremendous amount of confusion just in the email comments we received today about what is on the table, what's not on the table. There's a tremendous amount of confusion on what is approved in the land use application. And so I do have some reservations about how do you get an informed electorate on this type of a complicated process. Now, I know if anyone's up to it, the community in Lewisville is. And so if we go down that route, I know they'll take the time to become informed. I know there'll be a fierce campaign from many sides. So I know the work will be done, but I just know that is a lot of work to put on community members that we've all taken on as elected officials. So I guess in that vein, I would hope there's some discussion around repealing the ordinance and doing that as elected council members. Councilmember Most? You're on mute.
You're on mute.
If you can't find the unmute, if you hold down the space bar.
Sorry, I am I'm trying very hard to use the computer that the city has provided to me. After 10 years of Mac use, it's a little bit of a mental challenge. Thank you, Mayor Stolzman. You know, I guess I have a little bit of concern because I'm a little bit, I want to make sure that the comments that I'm making are appropriate within the context of this discussion. I know there's been some discussion about, you know, we're just talking about the amendments, but I think because this door was opened by two of my fellow council members about what the community thinks, and the notion that the communications that we've received represent a quote vocal minority, as you mentioned, Mayor Stolzman, based on some of the comments we received during the deliberations, and also just from my direct experience out in the community, talking to people unsolicited, not bringing up this particular land use application. I would say, 70% of the people that I have spoken to, this was during, my election process, were pretty vocal about this. And so I have recent direct experience hearing from the community. And I have a lot of confidence in where the community stands relative to this particular application because of that. And so I agree with the mayor that I think either one of these routes is a perfectly reasonable route to go. The question is, what is our responsibility as council members? And we talked a lot during all these deliberations about balancing interests. And I think we have to think about that as well in terms of what we're asking from the community versus the responsibility that we're willing to take on this issue tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Most. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I guess trying to figure. Councilmember Most, I appreciate your conversation, and I know that when I was running for council, it was really great to speak to so many people. I mean, walking the streets and knocking on doors is fantastic, and I'm, I guess, just a little concerned about all of those conversations. That's information that I haven't heard. So just a little concern there, but I think that what I heard from a lot of people is this concept of, I think for or against, there's this frustration that a few people are going to decide what happens here. And so a few people being the seven of us, or the seven of us previously, a couple months ago, that the seven of us are going to decide this when it's against, quote unquote, against the public interest, or that the public disagrees with us. And there's a frustration with us that I hear quite pointedly in email communications. And I think that's fair. I think that, people are frustrated with the decision, the ruling that we had. And then I hear on the other side, people frustrated that 800 people, I think a clear majority of the people that have communicated with council disagree with our decision. So I think it is a clear majority of the people who have communicated, but it also represents 2% of our population. I don't know, when it goes to the general public, it might be the same sort of 80-20 split or 60-40 split. It might be very clear cut, but it's hard to know that with a sample size of a smaller number. And so I think what just throw it out there, like, I'm so new to this, right? This is the first time I've been on council for 2 years. I've never dealt with this. The referendum on something we decided on is new to me. And so I'm learning this last month and this last week and today. And as I was saying to the second grade students yesterday, I don't fear ignorance. It's momentary, right? And I'm learning, and I'm dealing with my ignorance every day. And I'm trying to be less and less ignorant every day about new things. But what I'm learning about this process is, okay, so we made a decision. It was not supported by a number of people. They followed their process. They did a referendum. They got plenty of votes, twice as much as they needed. So we're back here today. And it does seem to me that what's being asked of us is to say, hey, let's see what the city thinks. And I think that's expensive. And I don't blame the people that brought the referendum to us, that it's expensive to bring this to the voters. And I don't blame the people that want us to not repeal it today and send it. It's just a reality of the moment. It's unfortunate. It's going to cost some money, but I think it's this is a huge thing. And so I think it's important. I think that what's been communicated to us directly via email is strong disagreement with our decision. And I appreciate that. I think that there has been a very clear communication around that, but I am looking forward, hopefully, to our community being able to vote entirely on this topic. And I think, Mayor, you're right. It's going to be really imperfect. I think there are going to be a lot of people without all the information. And it will be a difficult decision for a lot of people, but I also trust that a lot of people will do a lot of work to get a lot of information, and it won't be perfect, of course. But I think that's where I'm, leaning, is kind of helping this process move along. And I think to wrap it up, is what I've heard from both sides is let the people speak. And so I kind of feel like both sides are asking for that. and not the 7 of us to make this choice, but let the people speak. And I think it's interesting that both sides want to let the people speak, and not entirely. Obviously, there are people that very much want us to make a decision tonight in their favor, but I think I've heard that from both sides. So that's kind of where I'm sitting right now. I appreciate the comments from my colleagues. I know that we're all working hard through something that I think for a lot of us is new. I know, Kyle, Deb, and Maxine, the 4 of us have not been on long enough to deal with much of these kind of things. So I really appreciate all the work you guys are doing to try to get through this and to listen to the public. So that's all for now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So not seeing any hands, we'll take public comment on this agenda item for tonight. And so this is the only round of public comment there will be. And I know there might be some questions about that, but if we do go down the route of the ordinance, don't worry, there will be 2 rounds of public comment on second reading, like there always are, and like is required by the charter. So for tonight, since it's first reading, we normally wouldn't take public comment on an ordinance, but we are because we don't know whether we're pursuing an ordinance or a resolution. And so I hope that clarifies that for all of you. And just if you could try to focus your topics on whether we should pursue the ordinance or the resolution. And then if you are promoting the resolution, comments on the resolution. I know that's a lot of instruction and you are welcome to tell us whatever you'd like to, but just trying to frame it so you can be as helpful to us as possible. And just one last reminder, if you'll tell us your name and your address and that you have 3 minutes. So first in the queue, we have a phone number ending in 8226.
Good evening. This is Sherry Summer at 910 South Palisade Court. I appreciate the discussion tonight. I also agree. I am a co-sponsor of this petition, and I agree with the mayor and with Councilperson Most that it could go either way. Absolutely. I do see things a little bit differently on some of the comments that I've heard tonight. I've heard we should let the people speak. And that has been with reference to putting this to a vote. We need to not just listen to a vocal minority, as Mayor Spokesman mentioned. We should not let a few people decide. And we also need to set the tone for the comprehensive plan. Well, I would like to remind all of you that people have been speaking. We have been writing. We have been collecting signatures. We've been working hard. We've been studying the documents. We have done everything in our power to inform as many people as we could of this important matter in only 24 days. And we collected 783 signatures, which is almost twice of what was needed. Just given, in only looking at version 1 of this proposal, version 2, we had about 300 people with concerns, residents with concerns, and only about 25 said that, go ahead and pass it. If this is a vocal minority, I would really like to see where the majority is, because it's kind of confusing to me that in a way it wrinkles a bit, because it seems almost as if you show up and speak, then you're considered to be not representative of the community. This will set the tone for the comprehensive plan. And I urge you, council members, I know you have a lot on your plate, you have a lot to think about and to reach out to citizens, but hear us, we are speaking, we are reading, we're learning, and I just would like you to realize how much work we are putting into this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Susan.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. This is Susan Morris, 939 West Maple Court, Lewisville. Thank you, City Council, for giving us, your constituents, an opportunity to speak before making your decision this evening. The referendum petitions once again showed us how the citizens of Lewisville do not want the Red Tail Ridge proposal as it stands. It's too big, it's too tall, and it's too vague. The fact that we got 793 signatures in a very short period of time, when we only needed 400 or so, says a lot. There were many different reasons that people chose to sign. The overall message was clear. The residents of Lewisville are not happy with the city council's approval of this development. I'm asking you to not take this to an election. The city does not have to spend the money for the staff time, and an election will cost us a lot of money, and it's really not necessary. So if we want to know what the residents want of Lewisville, I think it's really important to pay attention during the whole process, as so many people did speak with you, and I appreciate that very much. Please repeal this decision. Please represent what your constituents have been telling you, not an investor putting together an ever-changing plan that will impact what Lewisville will look like forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have A.K. Tarvik.
Hi, my name's Vicky Tarvik. I wanted to thank you for your previous vote. I wanted to thank you for leading the Red Tail Ridge development and keeping the developers' feet to the fire so that they did end up putting these LEED certified buildings in. And like, oops, sorry about that. As the girl who made the comments earlier said, you know, we need to have some, we can't leave this for the next generation. We need to have these LEED certified buildings going in so that we can replace the buildings and just keep moving forward. You know, I think there's the entire project can benefit the local businesses, and of course, you know, bring in some taxes, which we can always use. Nothing else to buy the land if you don't want it developed. But I think somebody wanted that land and wants to make it a benefit to the city, and I appreciate them doing it. And I think that you should honor the process, of course. It calls for voters to determine the fate following submittal of the required signatures and proceed. And otherwise, I don't think would be fair to the landowner or the citizens of Lewisville. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Leonard Sampson.
Hello, my name is Leonard Sampson, 240 South Mccasland Boulevard. I'd like to thank Council for its previous vote to approve the Bedell Ridge project, which includes new open space and lots of other innovative features. Red Tail Ridge would enable long overdue improvements to this privately owned land, like delivering acres of new open space, public parks, and recreational facilities. I feel like this project will be a big win for our city. It sounded like earlier that the mayor suggested voters aren't smart enough to understand and vote on this proposal. And that's disappointing because I feel that I do understand this and I very much support it. I respectfully request that council honor the process that calls for voters to determine the fate of the Red Tail Ridge project following submittal of the required signatures. To proceed otherwise, as the previous woman stated, really would be unfair to the landowner and to the citizens of Lewisville. Again, I thank you all for your service and thank you for allowing me to share my comments this evening.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have RJ Harrington.
Good evening, RJ Harrington, 457 East Raintree Court. And I will echo my neighbor's deep thanks for your consideration of not only the proposal, but also the fact that many of us citizens did apply our signatures to the referendum. As a signature gatherer, I was able to collect signatures from not too many people, but ultimately a lot of the folks that I approached had already signed another petition. And so what that tells me is I know a lot of the same people that other signature gatherers do, but also I was getting signatures when folks did sign and people really intrigued as to what had happened. They didn't get a chance to engage themselves in the public process previously. I support ordinance number 1819. And the primary reason I do that is through the lens of our collective humanity. I absolutely agree with the democratic process. I suggest that the citizens took that democratic process upon themselves and petitioned the referendum to our neighbors. As a human, however, I'm a little bit wary of the democratic process because of how blasted expensive it can be. So I volunteered my own time to go ahead and gather signature petitions. If this resolution number 90 is decided instead this evening, now I have a whole more volunteer effort ahead of myself, whereas the applicant with unlimited dollars and cents resources compared to people like me are going to be able to go out and really push an election result with dollars and cents that they want to see happen. That's been most evident in our neighbor city recently, in Boulder and the whole municipalization effort. So that's where I'm torn. But as a human, ultimately, and as a citizen that's concerned with climate justice, I think a lot of the anxiety comes from the hold that the capital system has on our democracy. So as your neighbor, as a fellow human, I support ordinance number 1819. And I'll remind everybody that not only is it Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day, but it's also Colorado Gives Day. If you didn't get a chance to donate to your favorite nonprofit yet today, please do so before midnight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. Next in the queue, we have Matt Jones.
Matt Jones, 265 Dahlia Drive. Thanks for listening to us again tonight. I know you've been doing a lot of that. It's much appreciated. I thought I might hear the, let's just refer to the voters and let them decide thinking here. But when I hear that, my view is it is okay to create more divisiveness in the community around this mega development. And I don't think that's okay. I collected a few signatures for the petition. I went to strangers and talked to them about it and how big and how tall and how risky it was. And they're like, they couldn't believe it was that big. And I think that's where the people are already. But I just want you to remember what this developer has done to the community. They came in and they created unneeded conflict by proposing 6.5 million square feet, more than twice what the maximum allowed. I mean, come on. They used a huge spin all the way through the process, say the right words, or they understand Lewisville, they believe in Lewisville, and then they did the absolute minimum they could that they thought they could have to do to get an approval. Their allegiance is to money, not Lewisville. It's obvious. Plus, they're not even really a development firm. They're a private equity firm. They're not a typical developer. They'll probably part out the site. You lose accountable and you get money and go. Going to the ballot is going to create more divisiveness in the community that doesn't need to happen on a 4-3 vote. Also, you'll be saying it's okay for the city to spend a lot more money on the election. I read into the staff packet also that the county clerk can't run the election because of redistricting. That makes it more expensive and more problematic and more likely to have error. So in conclusion, please do not use the excuse of, oh, just refer it to the voters. It will only further divide our community and needlessly cost taxpayers serious money. So please vote for the ordinance and we can have a civil conversation about what Lewisville wants on this project. And that way we will get a much better outcome than fighting over this thing once again. So please go with the ordinance and don't refer it.
Thank you. Next, we have Tamar.
Hi, my name is Tamar Krantz from 690 West Street in Lewisville. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I have about 30 seconds extra. I asked if I could use my husband, who's also logged on, his time. If not, you can cut me off. I wish that you got a chance to ask each speaker who is speaking whether or not they were residents. I am a resident of Lewisville. And you have the choice to repeal or go to a vote. The state statute does not define a basis for your decision, only that you provide it promptly. So I'm hoping that you will look forward and make the most practical choice that's best for the city of Lewisville and its residents. It seems like you're already aware that both choices are allowed by state statute. It may seem at first that putting this off to the voters is the easy choice and most democratic. It is not. First, this could set a precedent for other land use decisions, which citizens are not entirely educated on. Second, this will cost the city a lot of money and staff hours. And third, this may not represent the will of the people, as Councilmember Maloney suggested. The most recent special election in Boulder County was in 2018. It was in Longmont. It was a candidate election, and they had a 30% turnout. A low voter turnout undermines the legitimacy of a democratic process. So even after an expensive election, the results might not be as definitive as you may hope for when you say, let the people speak. And I'm also not saying that I prefer the ordinance, as Councilmember Dickinson said, because I want my preferred result. I care about our city's resources. Many residents will face a huge expense and burden to educate the public. And in the end, I think the result will likely be the same. You may say that it's worth it because the election results are definitive, but do you know what else will be definitive? It will be definitive that you decided to waste a lot of time and city resources. Calling for an election would show that you're willing to bend over backwards for the chance to maintain a marginally approved proposal with marginal benefits to our city. If you repeal, the applicant can simply submit another plan. I guess I shouldn't say simply, but please remember that the 6th GDP submittal was for 3.1 million square feet. The 10th was for 3.0. The overall ambiguous plan still doesn't define the clear character areas and it could lead to ad hoc development. The 6th GDP had an aspirational document, and it took until the 10th for them to come up with some commitments. So I'm sorry, I'll try to just get to my end here.
Tamar, if you could identify, I'm sorry to interrupt your public comment, just for everybody to know, 2 people are allowed to bank their time together by our council rules. If you could please identify the person that you're sharing time with if you could identify their name. Let me just find it in the queue, and I'm going to put him down so he will not get a chance to speak also. Okay?
Okay.
And Mike, can we just unmute you and confirm with you that that's all right with you?
Hey, Mike.
Yes.
Can you say?
That's fine. I confirm that.
Thank you. All right. And so just in the future, so everybody knows, we do have a form you can fill out in advance to make it go a little bit faster for us, but we can handle it on the fly like this too. So those 2 folks are banking their time, and that'll count as Mike's time as well. And just for the record for everybody, the most time anyone can bank is 6 minutes. So even if you had a dozen people, the way our council rules are written, you still only get the 2 3-minute time periods. So thank you. I'm apologizing for the interruption. I hope it's clear what we've done there to everyone. And if it's not, I'm happy to write a little write-up about what we've done. Go ahead, Tamar.
Okay. I am sorry, I did not know about the form. I just knew that I wanted to respond to so many things, but I just really don't think that the election is a good use of our city resources. And I just wanted to, I was trying to make the point that that I don't believe that the applicant has made, I feel like they've wasted a lot of our city resources in a way by making such incremental changes all along the way. And I just wanted to remind you that the 6th GDP had an aspirational sustainability document with no teeth. And it took so many iterations, including changes in between the submittals, for them to make some concrete commitments that had a means of enforcement. And in the meantime, they still have a transportation management plan that was as meaningless as the original sustainability plan. And I can't imagine how many more iterations it's going to take for them to actually come up with a a plan that has some teeth and that's enforceable. They don't have tenant lines up, there's no wildlife plan, and there's no Metro District Service Plan. So what I'm saying is that I think that they've taken a lot of city resources with incremental changes, and I'm hoping the ordinance will inspire them to bring back a more reasonable proposal. So faced with a choice that's forced upon you by the public, I hope that you'll take the simple path that's in the best interest of Lewisville and repeal the ordinance and let the applicant have the burden of coming back with a more reasonable proposal. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Cindy.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I always sound like a commercial. Okay. This is Cindy Bedell. I live at 662 West Willow Street in Lewisville. And I want to remind you, I hope you will ask people to give their addresses so we know if they're Lewisville residents. So I was one of the folks who worked on this referendum petition, and I also circulated signatures. And I have to tell you, I gathered almost 100 signatures, and I couldn't even get to everybody who wanted to sign this petition. There were events, people were lined up 4 deep to sign this petition. So I really am disappointed to hear the comment that this is a vocal minority. This is not a vocal minority. I think the people have spoken, and if you overturn the decision and then the developer has the option, I shouldn't say the developer, the applicant has the option to come back with a better proposal. And during that next process, it'd go through Planning Commission, it would come back to City Council, and there would be a lot of opportunity for public input without costing the city over $67,000 for a special election. So some of the comments I heard from people who signed this petition and who wanted to sign it, and I couldn't get to them in time. People don't want 20,000 more vehicles a day. People don't want 3 million square feet of development. People are tired of the rapid overdevelopment that's happening in Lewisville, and some people feel City Council is not listening to them, and they were desperate to sign this referendum petition. And everyone I spoke to said they wanted more open space, either from finding a way to preserve almost all of the parcel with third-party partners, of which we can tell you third-party partners we've already spoken with who could help purchase it, or they want to preserve everything north of Disc Drive and keep the development footprint at the old Storage Tech footprint of, I think it was 1,600,000. The other thing I want to say, there's too many unanswered questions when this was approved. It never should have been approved. I don't know how we could have gotten a valid physical analysis without knowing who the tenants are going to be. They're just going to, these lots are going to be sold to the highest bidder that will make the most profit for the venture capital firm that now owns the land. And there was no wider economic study done at all. The last thing I want to say is I'd like Councilman Dickinson to explain what he means by both sides. And whoever he spoke with, I'd like to know if that's a public, available to the public, or available to other council members when he says both sides came to him and wanted this sent to the public. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next in the queue, we have Brian Topping.
Here we go. Found the unmute button. My name is Brian Topping. I'm a resident of Lewisville at 1550 White Violet Way. Thank you all for your time and as always to help the city keep moving forward at a measured and thoughtful pace. Lewisville is often a great place to live, and looking forward to seeing if we can help continue that. So I think a lot of folks on the who are part of this process will remember that many of us came together quite strongly to really kind of a mass of city residents to try and put a stop to this rather I don't even have good words for it at hand, but a rather obnoxious development on our city borders on land that is really a gem. This is not disposable land. We only get one chance to do this right. The city will continue to come out against this proposal until we get something that the developers and, you know, have come to the citizens and said, hey, we've got a proposal here, and the citizens love it. As we've heard over and over again, sustainability with these projects is incredibly important. LEED Silver is such an underwhelming response to modern buildings. Coming from New York City 6 or 7 years ago, even back then, LEED Gold and LEED Platinum were so common. It was almost as if you were going shopping at Starbucks. They were always on the menu. It was always the new building plan, and we're getting sold the silver is some kind of great thing. It's really not that great. I'm concerned about if Ordinance 1819 does not go through, that we're going to start getting a lot of kind of marketing and pandering from the developers, almost to the point of bread and circus. The citizens don't have that kind of money, and we have to raise that kind of money to go up against these developers. It's really not fair to the citizenry. It's trying to get a level playing field and really find out who, you know, where things are at. So let the developers come back and offer something. You know, I support Ordinance 1819 so the developers can make a better plan and come back and try and honor the three-legged stool of the GDP. I don't like seeing these 20-year extensions of development. I don't like seeing when developers, you know, North End, we also have this problem where there were no completion bonds and they start changing out all their different ideas that they're going to give to us. We just can't have any more of that. So thank you. And I really do hope to see that this is closed tonight.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Rowe.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. Hi, Stephanie Rowe, 631 West Street in Lewisville. I just wanted to say, you know, in the abstract, I'm not opposed to the idea of sending this out to a vote. I think that I don't think that there's anybody on city council even who has any doubt in his or her mind what the outcome of that vote would be. And it would be resounding and decisive and hopefully not too embarrassing for the people on city council who approved this in the first place. So that would be cool. But my concern, aside from the expense to the city, which as a taxpayer does concern me, my concern would be something that Mr. Topping just alluded to, which is the David and Goliath aspect of sending this out for a vote. So I think other people have made some really strong arguments here tonight about why the matter should be decided tonight or on the second reading. But if you all do send it out for a vote, I hope that you would also do create some kind of rules regarding campaign finance. We simply, you know, these are people who we are members of the community with lives and jobs and kids and all of these things, and not deep pockets. Whereas Rubicall, of course, you know, this is their mission in life, right, is to do this, and they're going to pour a lot of money into it. So God forbid, you know, you decide to put everybody and yourselves through this. If you could then please also create some kind of spending limit on materials and being able to like host events at the rec center or whatever. I don't know. I think that we just need to do something to make it a some more even ground here. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Beth McQueen.
Hi, Beth McQueen, 972 St. Andrews Lane, Lewisville. I agree with everything that's been said so far. I'd like to say I've been following this closely, and I've read all the letters to council, and the overwhelming majority, over 90%, probably over 95%, are opposed to this. So I don't see how you guys cannot be listening to these letters. These are people who care enough about Lewisville to write in. Second of all, this was originally planned to be a single-use, corporate use store, such as Storage Tech was. And instead, the developer, Rubicall, has pushed and pushed for new rules, new boundaries, new uses. And that's not what we've been fighting. You know, you guys have not stood up to them. They've been allowed to just ask for whatever they want. I don't think they should be deciding what this property should be about. I propose maybe you can, since there's a new GDP apparently coming up, maybe you could consider redoing the small area plan for this and having the city decide what we want there instead of the developer. Thirdly, I think the plan is way out of date. This past summer showed us we are in a climate crisis. We are in an air quality crisis. We couldn't go outside. We couldn't walk. We couldn't breathe. We need to take this seriously. We need to change the way of thinking. This is not a climate sustainable plan, and it is also outdated in terms of office use. It's just a plan from the past. We need to be progressive and reconsider what is going on there. So thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other public comments, or are there any other members of the public that would care to comment tonight? Please raise your hand. All right, we have one more, David B. There you go.
All right. I agree with everything that's been said, especially the last woman who spoke. I too think this is an outdated plan, and it's a really valuable piece of land that Lewisville should just take a step back and reevaluate and rethink. There's no rush to develop the land. There's plenty of other office space and parking lots, you know, Kohl's, lots of retail space that is just sitting here vacant. And so I don't see the need to rush into developing this land, because once we do, it's gone. And, you know, and then we're going to be left with what Kohl's is and the old Walmart, Sam's Club and stuff. So I think we need to take a step back and not develop this and rethink it and present it back to the public to say, you know, here is what this land is. Here's what we want to see done with it. So thanks.
Thank you all for your comments this evening, and that'll take us back over for council member discussion and action. Any council members have comments? I know there's one question to council member Dickinson, and he has his hand up. Council member Dickinson.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Mayor. Cindy, thanks for the question. And actually, I just want to thank all the public. What wonderful comments. Really educated, thoughtful, caring constituents, and we hear from a lot of you. Often, Matt Jones, RJ, Tamar, you guys are just constant contributors in our community, and I appreciate your feedback. Cindy, we've gotten thousands of emails over the 2 years I've been in council, and we've gotten dozens of emails over the last few days from people on both sides, and they're all part of the public record. They're sent to City Council at Lewisville or Council at Lewisville, and those are the communications I'm speaking of. I've worked really hard. Unfortunately, my entire time on council, I have not been able to have a free conversation about Red Tail Ridge. So I'm looking forward to being able to have a free conversation about that. But that's what I was referring to, is we've had lots of communications come to us, and it should be a part of the public record. So thank you.
Thank you. And before I circle back to any of us that have had a chance to kind of lay out our thinking, would any of the members that haven't had a chance to speak yet want to say anything? Councilmember Lay.
There are two good options, and there were two really bad options here. I would say, I mean, at the outset, there certainly are paths to go either way. I guess I'm going to share a couple of different thoughts partly based on the response of some of the community members. This was a long process to get to a decision. I was on the short end of that decision, as were two others currently members of council. That process was very public. In fact, it was remarkable. And we have the public to thank for just incredible additions to what we received from staff. We received terrific information from staff, a lot of additional information from the applicant. Everybody disagreed about the value of relative value of some of the materials that were given to us. But I don't think there's any question but that the application was vetted about as well and certainly as long as anybody could have hoped for, and probably plenty of people would have loved to have much less vetting than that. So, and I do think that the decision that was reached at the time when it was reached was a democratic decision. We are representatives of the people. 4 people on council at that time voted in favor, 3 voted against it. So I don't think there's any question, but there was a kind of democratic process going into it. This is a very strange process in that, we have standards that we tried to apply. I think we all tried to apply them in good faith, came up with different conclusions, obviously, or we wouldn't have had a split vote. And my view is everybody acted in good faith in that. The one thing that I think was very frustrating is just sort of trying to pull myself out of it and observe is that a quasi-judicial process is not a vote that's a popularity contest. It is a vote for, you've got criteria, you've got evidence, you say, has this applicant crossed over the bar or not? It's not just as we were acting as judges in that process. And I keep emphasizing this because I think it's really important for the public to know, regardless of what happens here, that you don't, if you think of the Supreme Court as, I don't want to compare us to the Supreme Court because some people will think that we're offending the court and some people will say we're offending us. But, you wouldn't expect justices of the Supreme Court to be necessary. I don't think. You wouldn't expect them to be going outside and finding out what people think in terms of the numbers of people who vote for one thing versus another in a result in the case. That wouldn't happen. And that's kind of the role we were playing. It is the role we're playing as actors in a quasi-judicial proceeding. It's different than a legislative proceeding where we're solving a problem that has been brought to us or that we've found and need to create a solution for. It's not, those are two different things. And we've come up with the result we came up with. That doesn't mean that the public's participation in that is less important. It is. We got a lot of input about how we should interpret various criteria, and all of that was incredibly important and incredibly valuable. And I can't say thanks enough for that. And I suspect that everybody on the council then, everybody on the council now has appreciated that public participation. At this stage, we've got a decision and this ordinance that or the decision to grant the application. Sorry about that. And then we had, the first steps of this process in the referendum to get the signatures necessary to put this on the ballot. And now we've got this odd middle step, right? And the referendum process is so important, as John Larry's talked about this so many times in the time that I've been on council, the importance of referendum. It's in the Constitution of the state. It's really important that citizens retain the right to be able to challenge decisions of their elected officials. And so that's what was done. And this kind of, we're not here tonight, at least I don't view us here tonight as necessarily, kind of relitigating the merits of the decision from September, because there's no real good criteria. I think Tamara mentioned that. There's no criteria about what we're supposed to do really in dealing with this. So what do we do? I mean, one way of thinking about it is, well, if I think I have the votes to get the result that I wanted back in September, maybe I should vote for that, whatever that side is. For me, that would be a vote to repeal, if that was the only criteria. Another way of thinking about it, of course, is the thinking about this as part of yet another process, which is people decided to challenge the decision council made after deliberation on this proposal, on this application. And because they've done that, they've gotten that process started, then perhaps the best thing to do is let that run its course and not to repeal it. Let us have an election and let the voters decide whether this application decision the council made, that was a 4-3 vote in favor of that, whether that should stand or whether that should fall. I have some concern that if, from a precedent standpoint on process, that if I were on the other side, how would I view this, right? If I were sitting on the other side of things, the threat of a referendum, which certainly was something that was out there, and some people were very vocal about, if you vote this way, we're going to put it to a referendum. We all voted the way we voted because of the reasons that we gave. And so, but I do worry that threats that if we repeal, that in other situations in the future, what precedent we're actually setting by our vote tonight, if we repealed it, would be, well, if people have started down that process of referendum, then council really should take this opportunity, this last stop before the referendum vote, to just say, whoa, wait, we're getting, we're subject to referendum, or going to be subject to a referendum election. That's really expensive. We don't want to do that. So we reverse course. That is one way of reading a vote to repeal tonight, is that if people get loud enough, they don't like the decisions that we're making on land use, they're going to do that to try to get things reversed. Ultimately, I think, if we move forward, of course, we've got to spend money on elections, and there's no other election that we can fold this into to try to save money. There's no question about that. I think Matt Jones makes a good point that this is divisive, and I think it was divisive before. I think the issue of development versus not developing Lewisville has some elements of division. I mean, there's just elements of division no matter whether we go forward or not. But I think this is an incredibly close case for me, because I don't like, frankly, I don't really like either option, because if I vote to repeal, that just looks like, well, fortuitously, you know, if the vote changes, if we actually have the votes to repeal, and I don't know that there are votes to repeal, but let's assume that there's 4 votes to repeal, and I vote that way, then it looks like we're just relitigating this without the same process that we went through before. And then we're just imposing a different result with the, and if that happens, I'm not sure how that looks to the voters, to all of the stakeholders, the applicant, and whether that's a good idea. I also think that moving forward, if we end up having an election, we're going to have we're certainly going to have a big campaign. And I don't actually have as much skepticism about what happens in that campaign in terms of who spends more money and all that. I frankly think that I have more faith in my fellow citizens here and residents than that. And I think this is the money wins. But I also think that we have a lot on our plate. We have a comprehensive planning process, which is about ready to begin. These things are going to take an enormous amount of time and energy. And I think on balance, it's very difficult. I'd love to, I could make arguments on both sides. I think I'm more inclined to want to repeal, because I think it is at this stage, and I voted against this application for the reasons I stated. I'm not going to say that anymore. And I do think that in this case, we're just prolonging what is probably inevitable. And I don't know that for sure, because the citizens could look at this and say, boy, you guys really, you blew this, because the council that voted in favor of the application voted in favor of the application in good faith for good reasons, and we would have supported that result. But I think that given the reasons that I had for the vote that I had, and the prospect of having to go through the next few months for a vote on one application, when we have a lot of other things on our plate, I just don't see that as a very good use of our time. And I think we've learned enough that I'm comfortable at this point voting in favor of repeal.
Thank you. And Councilmember Brown, did you want to say anything before I go back through folks with second comments? You don't have to. I just was trying to give everybody a chance first bite at the apple. Councilmember Brown.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I was just listening to the conversations. I appreciate what everyone is saying. I'm gonna stick with the position that I have, which I believe that the council erred previously in the decision that it made. I was a vocal dissent, obviously, in the previous decision. So I'll be voting for repeal because of those reasons.
All right, so I really thank everybody for their comments this evening, and everybody recognized what a challenging position it is for all the community members, for council, for applicant, for everyone. And so thank you for all the thoughtful comments. So we're going to go back through council comments, and you're welcome to make comments that are responses or other comments, or at this point, if council feels like from hearing the discussion, there's a path forward on making motion, we can get to that at this point. But I just want everyone to remember, I don't want us to get into a position where we can't decide one thing or another. Normally, we can say no to everything, right? If that's the course, and we can come up with something new, but that is not the position we're in tonight. So we may need to do some additional talking if we get into one of those situations. Councilmember Most.
Yeah, I just, it's interesting as I was listening to my fellow council members talk, I think this is was kind of interesting and important to me. The comment that we don't really know where the community is, and that, that kind of pushes us towards bringing this to a vote to the whole community. And yet I'm thinking back to the development of the comp plan, of the transportation master plan, even of our recent vetting of our brand new city manager. The people that showed up for those things were the people that had an impact. They self-selected to engage. And so I think it's valid to consider that when we're thinking about this particular motion or dual motions.
Thank you. So just to try to facilitate action this evening, it seems like we'll be able to come up with something tonight. That's the good news. And so I really appreciate everybody working together to come up with something. It sounded like there are possibly 4 people interested in pursuing an ordinance, which would be then passed on first reading tonight, and then we would have a second reading, which would be on 12/21. So do council members want to straw poll to see if there's interest in taking that route? Do council members want to discuss that? I don't want to back us into a corner where we can't come up with something tonight. And so that's why I'm hesitating to actually make a motion. And I guess the thing that has impressed upon me the most this evening is really Matt Jones's comments around divisiveness. I think, people have differing views, and this has been true in our community back as far as you can read meeting minutes. There are actually meeting minutes online from the 1800s. For the city council, and you can read meeting minutes, and people are always going to have different perspectives. And the thing that council needs to remember is that any action we take will set a tone for the community. And listening to Matt Jones talk about divisiveness really hit home with me, and I think we have an opportunity to calm some of the divisiveness, and so that really impressed upon me very heavily. And the other thing, this is one of these, there's always a tension between referring things to the voters and deciding as a council. So even outside and absent of this tonight, there's always that tension. We could refer every ordinance to the voters, every single application that comes to us, every single measure we could refer to the voters. And we could never have certainty that we know that we're right, but we were elected to do a job. And so those two things are really what are persuading me the most tonight to lean toward the ordinance route. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks, Mayor. I really appreciate your comments and your tone. Yeah, I think it really is. It's difficult, and I think that where I sit right now, and this can be like the beginning of the straw poll. It's obvious where you sit, and I think that I think the problem I have, right, is the 7 of us made a decision, and that may or may not be the right decision, but it's a decision that the representatives made. And so I feel like what's happening now is there's this request for the public to, I actually mean this in a positive way, but usurp our decision to say, you know what, we disagree. And we're powerful, as you and I were in the 3rd grade class together today. The people who are in charge are the community. They're in charge. And so they have an opportunity to say, we don't agree with your decision. And I think that's obviously the process we're in right now. And so I'm very much okay with that. I'm okay with voting a certain way and then having the public say, hey, they may or may not understand why I voted the way I did. They may or not understand my passion for or not for this actual development, as Councilmember Lay said, more of a judge in the moment, not a proponent or advocate, just a judge. And I'm really okay with the public voting however they want to vote. And so I think my problem with repealing and reversing our vote is that actually alters the vote of this body. And there's no new evidence. The application hasn't changed. There's no new evidence. I have no reason to change my vote. I heard all this public comment before and I appreciated it. And it was heart-wrenching to vote against what the public was giving me. And I don't enjoy it. I mean, we've had conversations about this. My mental health is suffering from it. And so what I see here is this: council voted one way and the public has asked us, hey, who's in charge? Who's in charge here? We don't like what you did. We're in charge. And all I'm saying is, okay, fine. I agree. But I think if we turn around and vote the opposite way, we're taking it back on us. We're saying, oh, okay, well, because of what these citizens said, and a lot of them, and 800 signatures for sure, I want to cancel from my part of this, the phrase vocal minority. I never said those words. There's a lot of people that have said that they don't like our decision. But to reverse my decision and vote a different way, I can't. That's not based on the application of the criteria. That's based on public sentiment. And that's not what I can do right now. And so I'm happy to refer this to the public and have them say, Councilmember Dickinson, we totally disagree with you and we're voting and you lose. And those of you who know me personally would be like, okay, cool. Like that's your choice. And I feel like I will have done my duty, but I think changing my vote to say, I no longer think the criteria was met when I have no new evidence against it, I can't do. So I respect the public. I respect their opinion. I think that their voices will be heard. Well, I know they'll be heard if we go to a vote. I think they'll prevail in undoing this ultimately, but I think it's the best path forward for us to limit our risk to give the best possibility for their input. So that's where I sit on this. I hope that's my last comment. I know that we try to go through and make decent comments, and I hope I can just listen for the rest of it. But I appreciate all of you and the struggle you're all going through, because I know we all care deeply about these decisions and how it affects our constituents. So I appreciate all of you.
Thank you very much. I like how this is sort of taking the route of a fantasy football draft where, we're going in reverse order for the second set of comments. So this is kind of neat. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I really appreciate all the comments that everyone has tonight. I know this has been a really challenging process for the community to go through. It's been very divisive for a lot of folks. A lot of people are frustrated. I think we're really faced, obviously, with a choice tonight. And so what I would like to do is what I think we all know we need to do, which is we need to choose between two different options. And so what I'm going to do is set up a process by which we can choose between those two options. So my fellow council members will understand sort of what the motions that I'm about to make here. So I would move that we approve resolution number 90, series 2020, resolution referring ordinance to a vote of registered electors of the city of Lewisville at a special election to be held on May 5th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Dickinson seconded.
Can I offer a friendly amendment?
Sure, Councilmember Dickinson.
I believe staff was requesting April 5th. I don't know if it was.
Oh, sorry. That was missed. Yeah.
Is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah, perfectly fine. Thank you for your second, Councilmember Dickinson. So I believe this is sort of like the stopgap option that everybody, that we would all approve, probably in the face of other, in the absence of any other decision. It is clear that that is our duty to refer this to the voters. Now, I have a different opinion about whether or not the ordinance was appropriately decided in the first place. And so for that reason, I will now offer a substitute motion offering ordinance number 1819, series 2021, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 1811, series 2021, an ordinance approving the First Amendment to ConocoPhillips Campus General Development Plan, Red Tail Ridge Master Plan, the first reading, and setting the public hearing for 12/21/21.
Is there a second on that? If you could unmute yourself, Councilmember Most, and just, sorry. If you hold the space bar down, it temporarily unmutes you. Keep holding it.
Okay, thank you. I second.
All right, thank you. And I'll just, as just a point of order, just jump in, and Councilmember Brown, I'll turn it back over to you. Sorry to interrupt. So I was trying to lay this out as in a friendly manner, but I think what you've done is perfectly appropriate within our rules. I was trying to get here through a straw polling process, but if anybody has any questions about what's just been laid out, it is what I was trying to accomplish through discussion of the group. Is there any confusion about the process that's just been laid out from folks? Councilmember
Just
Dickinson.
only point of order. I don't know if it's ever happened before. Can a motioner, I've seen you nod, they can do their own motion, or does someone else need to do it for Kyle?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
what happened is allowed within our
Okay,
rules.
great. Thanks. That's all. I just want to make sure.
I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear on what was happening. And so Councilmember Brown, back to you if you had other comments.
Yeah, I realize what I have done is very unusual, and I don't mean it to be aggressive. But what I am trying to do is to sort of, I think we've had some very good discussion. I think we've gone around and around a little bit. And just so that we can frame our discussion and realize that we'll have a vote on repeal, then we'll have a vote on referral to the voters. We can continue to have our discussion for as long as we would like. And I didn't mean to get in front of you, Mayor. I apologize if I was doing that. But I thought that this might be a way for us to kind of frame our further discussion. And I know it's unusual, but at least it can help to frame our conversations going forward. So.
Thank you. And I think anything to help make sure everybody understands what we're talking about is always a good thing. So thank you for that. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
I think I need to ask for a point of clarification. The substitute motion, if it passes, then that's what we're doing is the ordinance. So
Yes.
we would not go to the step of voting on the resolution. I don't think that's what I heard, but I want to make sure that's what we're intending to do.
I think that is what is laid out. Thank you for the clarification, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. So I think the way that Councilmember Brown laid it out, I think and Councilmember Brown, please confirm that this is what I heard you say, but was that, in your view, there'll be a 7-0 vote on the resolution if we have to do that, because we have to do one of these two things. So if the first one fails, we have to do the other. We're bound to do. So that's what I was understanding you to lay out as the process.
Okay. Well, I just have some general comments. And, first of all, I want to thank my colleagues on council. I believe everyone has been very principled and has done a lot of work on this. We may not agree with, interpretations on things or so on and so forth, but I just want to state that publicly because, there's been some comments and mincing of words in some of the comments we've gotten. And I have ultimate respect for my colleagues on council, however this turns out. I believe, and I never said minority either, just so everybody knows. But I do believe that hearing from the citizens is important. And that's a step. This is an unusual situation. We're not going to see this with every ordinance. This is a landmark decision for Lewisville and the direction that we go. And because we had the referendum, which I greatly appreciate that we have those kind of rules in place, I want to hear from the citizens. That's my interest in going down that path. And So that's where I am. I think doing the ordinance tonight, moving it to the second reading, doesn't give us that opportunity to get more input from the citizens because, at the end of the day, that's really what this all needs to be about, is doing what is right for the citizens of Lewisville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. I'm not seeing any other hands. And in our most recent training session, there was some point of order raised to just about making sure people have adequate time to think about things and that everyone understands what we're voting on. So what's on the table right now is ordinance number 1819, which is an ordinance repealing ordinance number 1811, but it would be on first reading and we would be setting the public hearing for 12/21/21. Because we have to do one of these two things, I think out of an abundance of caution on that second reading date, if this were to pass, the resolution would also be listed there as an or, just if in the outside chance after second reading something happens, right? Because I think we need to be able to fulfill our duty and obligation with the shall clause. And so I wouldn't want anyone to be surprised if they saw that carried forward as an option for next time. So I believe I have laid out what the first vote will be is on this ordinance number 1819 series 2021 to set the public hearing for the 21st of December. Is there any confusion or any further need for people to think or raise points? Councilmember Lay.
Sorry, just one point of clarification, and this is actually a question for the city attorney. City Attorney Kelly, I think you're on. This decision and this hearing, as I understand it, is not a quasi-judicial hearing. Is that your interpretation? I think you've shared that with us, but I want to make sure that gets clarified as well, that we've already been through one part of the quasi-judicial process. We may have more. That's a complicating factor, but this hearing or this decision right now is not a quasi-judicial decision, is not a quasi-judicial hearing.
City Attorney Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Lay. So this is not a hearing this evening. The City Council took public comment on this agenda item as it does as part of its standard procedure on agenda items. The quasi-judicial procedure for this application will continue in effect until there is no further action for the City Council to take. But this decision tonight of whether to refer the ordinance 1811 to the city's voters in response to the referendum petition, or to begin the process to repeal it, that decision in and of itself is not quasi-judicial. And, just to repeat myself, to stress this point, tonight, this is not a public hearing. The public hearing on the land use matter has been closed.
Councilmember Lay, did you have any other follow-up?
No.
Does anyone, and please don't feel shy, folks. I was trying to reflect on the feedback I've gotten from the training session. So if people need more time, I don't want to rush that. And so you have to speak up for yourself for me to be able to know that. Is everyone clear on what we're voting on? Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Just to be clear, I'm prepared to vote, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. All right. Seeing no other hands raised and no other questions, City Clerk Muth, could we please have a roll call on the motion to approve ordinance 1819 to repeal ordinance number 1811?
Mayor Pro Tem Maloney,
No.
Mayor Stolzman,
Yes.
Councilmember Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Mosch,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Dickinson,
No.
Councilmember Fahey.
No.
Thank you, everyone. The motion carries. And so the public hearing for ordinance number 1819 is set for 12/21/2021. And that takes us to agenda item D. If you remember, we modified the agenda at the beginning of the meeting. And so our next topic is the discussion, direction, and action on committee appointments and interview process for boards and commissions vacancy. Oh, Councilmember Lay.
I didn't want to get in your way there, Mayor, just to close this point out, there's going to be a second reading of this ordinance. Is there likewise not going to be a public hearing? And this is just, I want to make sure that the public understands, and frankly, I want to clarify
Sure.
for myself.
So I'll turn it over to the city's attorney to answer definitively, but I believe by our charter and our rules, any ordinance that we pass has to have 2 public comment periods. And so I'll turn it over to the city attorney to confirm that, and just this point of clarification for the process. City Attorney Kelly?
Yes, thank you again, Mayor. The mayor's correct. The charter requires the 2 public comment periods before adoption on second reading of any ordinance. And in fact, the charter uses the term public hearing, but it is a distinct type of public hearing that is unique to adoption of the ordinance under our charter, adoption of any ordinance under our charter. So it's not a reopening of the land use hearing. Now, of course, we've talked about this previously. The land use hearing has been closed. It can be reopened by the city council, but that would require further public notice be provided under the city's land use code. So this public hearing is just on second reading of the ordinance. So not part of the public hearing for the land use application.
So I see another hand, which I think could prompt other hands popping up. And I just want to clarify that when we take action, an agenda item is then complete. So any kind of comments or questions are always usually best handled before we take action on an item. And I typically will not continue to allow public comment on it or council comment on an item once action has been taken, because that could have changed people's action that they take, right? So that's why you want to make sure you ask all your questions and comments. I think the nature of these questions are just scheduling in nature and understanding the process in nature. So I think some leeway should be afforded in this case, but just as a general reminder that it's really best to have our comments and questions come before we take action. So I am going to call on the next person with their hand raised, but encourage other people to keep their hands down. Councilmember Dickinson.
I was just going to ask for a very short break.
Oh, is it okay? I was planning to do it at 8 o'clock, but let's go ahead and take the break now. So it's 7:47, and we'll come back at 7:57. And
or even shorter, your call.
Well, I think people have asked me previously for a 10-minute break at 8 o'clock. So if I take a short break now,
you do you.
I'm just trying to do best by the 7 of you, by the 6 of you all. So, so we'll be back at 7:57, and just a reminder, we'll be taking up agenda item D when we get back. All right, it's 7:57. And so we will get started, and I'm sure Councilmember Dickinson will jump right back on with us. I'm sorry, not Councilmember Dickinson, Councilmember Lay. And so since we have a quorum, we'll go ahead and get started and just hope he gets back with us in just a couple of seconds. And so we are now on item D out of order because we amended the agenda. So we'll be taking up the discussion, direction, and action of committee applicant interview process and appointments for board and commission vacancy. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Maloney and Councilmember Dickinson for working on this for us to bring forward a recommendation. And I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Maloney to open this one up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to make an opening statement to sort of frame this discussion a little bit. And my colleague, Councilor Dickinson, will correct all of my mistakes and add anything he thinks is pertinent. I do want to thank Councilor Dickinson, through this process. I do have one complaint. I did notice one email address that was very interesting as we read through all the paperwork and everything, and he missed it. So, but Councilor Dickinson and I would like to thank the City Council for entrusting us with the board and commission application process. What we were reminded of is that we live in an amazing community where a lot of well-qualified folks applied to volunteer their time and talents. It always amazes me, and it's a wonderful thing. And it was very challenging for us not to want to put everybody on a committee somewhere. And so it's tough. The list that the city clerk sent out this afternoon is the most updated version. There have been, over the last week, 2 or 3 changes. The latest one was one to the Parks Board because a vacancy occurred just recently. The list is a result of our deliberations. We also had other members of City Council at the meeting and a lot of public input. We appreciate all of that. And we had a really good open discussion. What we're hoping for tonight is for you to take a look at the work that we've done. We are looking for any possible changes, additions, or other thoughts. What we're hoping is that the work that we've done can be a starting point of going ahead. But based upon tonight's discussion, then we will set the interview list for next Monday. That's December 13th. Right now, we're anticipating interviews for the Planning Commission and Sustainability, but there could be others based on this discussion. And at that time, one thing before I go any farther, Councilor Dickinson and I will actually formulate prepare some questions for those interviews. But on Monday, December 13th, that's when we'll do the final determination of the list. So what you have in front of you is a starting point for discussion and hopefully facilitate discussion tonight as well as on the 13th with anticipated final council approval on December the 21st. There are 5 boards and commissions where we do not have enough applicants to fill all of the slots. Those include Board of Adjustments, Building Code of Appeals, Historic Preservation Library, and the Revitalization Commission. So those will be re-advertised as we normally do at the beginning of the year. So with that, I just want to sort of frame what we've done. Thank you for entrusting us with this responsibility. I'm hoping we have a good discussion and we can make a determination of interviews for the 13th. Councilor Dickinson, any thoughts you'd like to share, please?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Pardon me. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a great process. I think you said a lot of what needs to be said. I think, one thing that we were weighing a lot this year was this idea of people being on boards for a very long time, and that being of a huge benefit, but also people being on boards for a very long time and that being problematic. And trying to get enough new blood on these boards to get new perspectives and to be working, towards our EDI goals, including a lot of people that may otherwise not be included. And so really, really, really trying to respect those that have committed to our community for a long time and served on these boards, and appreciating them without necessarily just putting people back on boards that they have already been on. And so, I think it's important for those of you that didn't tune into the conversation to know that there was really, really wonderful things said about everybody, and a real appreciation again for those people that have been serving so long. And in some instances, we decided to let someone who'd been on the board for a long time roll off and let someone new come on. And that was not in any way an indication that they weren't doing a good job. And I think that's the difficulty for all of us, is to be able to say, thank you so much for your service, and we're going to give someone else an opportunity, and not say, oh, you weren't doing a good enough job and we replaced you. And so I think that's just hard for all of us, but I really appreciate the comments from the public that have also encouraged us to go down that road of trying to bring new people in. So with that, there's a lot of great names out here and a lot of great people, and love to hear your feedback on some of the preliminary suggestions that we made.
Thank you both again for working on this. And so I just want to clarify for everyone that we won't be appointing anyone until after the interview process, until the 21st. So this is the subcommittee's recommendation. But for example, and I hate to say any names from the dais, but like, for example, we're interviewing David Blankenship for a slot on Planning Commission by recommendation, if the council accepts the recommendation, but he's applied to other commissions as well. And so I would think there may be a discussion about, the person and where they fit, and then what does that do to other commissions? So I just don't want anyone to think that tonight we're appointing people. What we're really coming up with tonight is the people that we need to interview for more information to be able to have the discussion about who to appoint. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then I'll just add my comments since I'm already talking. On Planning Commission, I think because we have at least one new member and other people that might not have met everyone, just given the pandemic and our inability to meet. Now all of us have read meeting minutes and things like that. But I think it would be in our best interest to interview the existing Planning Commission members and not forego those interviews. So I know it adds some additional interviews and that takes additional time, but I think that's going to be really valuable because otherwise we're not on equal footing knowing who the different members are, and different people have different background. So that's 3 additional interviews I'm proposing adding, and I would like to propose adding Tamar Krantz as an interview. So we could interview her for Planning Commission as well. Those are my thoughts. Any other comments from folks? Councilmember Most.
I just have a question about the agenda. Are we supposed to have public comments on this before we start commenting?
We can take public comment on it. So this is kind of a funny one. So we list out all the things that are going to happen. And sometimes what you'll find is I'll take some council comments ahead of public comment. So the public kind of gets a sense for what we're doing. I tend to do that more when there's only one round of public comment, so that they kind of have a sense of the direction we're going. A lot of agenda items, ordinances in particular, have 2 rounds of public comment. So I will always go to their first, almost always go to their first right away, because they're going to have a second chance after they hear the council comments.
Okay, thank you. I'm still learning. I appreciate you indulging me.
No problem. Did you want to comment on the?
Yeah, I first of all, I want to say just how appreciative I am of Mayor Pro Tem Maloney and Councilmember Dickinson for doing yeoman's work on this. I mean, this was just a massive amount of work. And, Mayor Pro Tem also did the massive amount of work on recruiting our city manager. So he's been extremely busy, and I really appreciate that. So, and I think that I sat in on the discussion they had, and I think it was a super thoughtful discussion, and I really appreciate just, your perspective, your thoughts, and the just thoughtful and carefulness with which you did this. I'm going to push a little hard on something, and this is not in any way meant to diminish the work that you guys did or your perspective, but I'm just going to push really hard on this because this is something that is near and dear to my heart. And if you will indulge me a bit, I'm going to share with you why it's near and dear to my heart. And it has to do with our commitment to EDI, and it has to do with reappointing people that have been sitting on these commissions for more than 10 years. personally, I would love to see term limits, because I think in the state of Colorado, we have term limits for ourselves, for our state elected officials, for our governor. It's something that we do because we believe in it. And I think it contributes to a more equitable and diverse and inclusive representation. And I just want to share some personal stories because, you know, I again, I'm really focused on the EDI, and I don't think it's just in this particular, you know, the boards and commissions applicants. I think it's something that is, you know, we really need to be thinking about more broadly. But, you know, we are a white group here. We are an all white group. I am the only person who is not in a traditional marriage. I happen to be a single mother by choice. I also happen to be a member of the Jewish community. I happen to be a woman that spent her entire professional career in an 80% male-dominated environment. And so I have been sort of on the outside of that bubble. I mean, I was in situations where I was told that I didn't have the experience or didn't have the cultural knowledge or the, you know, didn't understand the way the business that I was operating in worked well enough to get promotions, advancements, raises, more responsibility, even when I was by any reasonable measure outperforming my male peers. I, as a single mother by choice, even with my friends, have been excluded, even when people don't intend to do it, even when it doesn't even cross their minds. But because it's me and my daughter, it's not me and a partner and my daughter, we don't always fit in the model that people have for, you know, social gatherings or whatever else it is. I've also had my daughter on free and reduced lunch at times because I have my own business and I have had bad years. And so I've been on the outside from that perspective. I once received an email that went to everybody at my daughter's school that basically said we needed to pay our fees before we could register. And I had to send an email to the principal, the Board of Education, and the superintendent, reminding them that the Constitution of the state of Colorado required them to provide a free education. And I don't, you know, I make these points because as a white woman, I enjoy a lot of privilege, but I have had experiences of being sort of outside the bubble, and it's very, very painful. And especially painful from people that you really care about and respect, and you know they care about and respect you, and still they don't understand what they're doing because they don't have that perspective. And so I think there are specific people, and I don't know these people, and I'm sure they're incredibly fine people, and they have contributed immensely to our community. But when I see people who have been sitting on boards and commissions for 15 years or 16 years, when we have other interested, qualified applicants, I just think that, and I know that, you know, and I appreciate Councilmember Dickinson really focusing on this in his, you know, in his deliberations, and Mayor Pro Tem Maloney again. I would just say that I think we could push a little harder. I think we could do a little more. I think it would demonstrate a real embrace of the commitment that this city council made when we listened to the EDI task force tell their stories. And I realize this is not totally about ethnic or cultural diversity, but I think in terms of just taking that first baby step and saying, you know what, we're going to open these up. We're going to make sure we have more people coming through, and we're going to demonstrate that we can actually do this, even when it's maybe uncomfortable for us. I think would be great. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ramos, for taking the time to share that with us. Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councilmember Most's really heartfelt comments, and you know, I don't have a good response to that other than just to say that I really appreciate sort of her sort of personal perspective. I really think it's something that we should think about. I think for this particular conversation, I'm very much in favor of, especially given the prominence of the Planning Commission, of making sure, I think I would certainly appreciate the ability to interview everyone who we may appoint, including, folks who have served before. So I know there were some recommendations to approve some folks without interviews. And I would appreciate the opportunity to interview them, I think, at this point. So in that way, I guess I would support what the mayor was saying. And I do think that it warrants a discussion, as Councilmember Most said, about, how do we ensure that we're respecting, those who are interested in continuing in serving our community in the best way possible. And so, I do think it's this conversation sets us up nicely for a conversation about, how we do that with our boards and commissions in the best way possible. How do we infuse the principles of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and also the principles of, making sure that our boards and commissions are a reflection of our changing community. So that's sort of my perspective on this. And I do want to thank, by the way, I should have said this at the very beginning, but I do want to thank the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Dickinson for their amazing work doing this. This is not easy to do, and just really appreciate them going through all the applications, because as I've read through the binder myself, it's daunting, to say the least. So thank you very much again.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor. So just for some perspective in the discussion that we had, there are members who are of the EDI task force who are actually recommended on this list. So that was one of the discussions that we overtly had during this. And for example, Grace Gee, who's we're recommending for cultural councils, is one of those. So that was absolutely part of this. When I got involved in doing this years ago, I brought up the idea of term limits, and we actually debated that in council. It's a little awkward to do that as you're doing this process. So it might be the right thing to do. I'm not arguing it one way or the other, but being able to have that discussion without talking about certain names of people is actually much easier. If we waited until after this process, but I'm not going to get in the way of that either way. But I did support that concept. I was one of those people who applied a number of times for boards and commissions, and I wasn't selected because the incumbents keep getting reappointed. So I understand. And as I said in my opening remarks, Councilor Dickinson and I were thrilled with the pool of people we got. And it's just amazing. The people, with their experience and their talents, and they're willing to volunteer for the city. So it's hard to make bad decisions with this group. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fahey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will add my thanks to Mayor Pro Tem Maloney and Councilor Dickinson for all their work going through all of these applications. And I will also reiterate that all of the people who applied were immensely qualified and very interested and willing to assist in any way. One of the things that I noticed in reading through the applications that were not selected for the Planning Commission, one was Tamar Kranz that the mayor mentioned. Her first choice was actually Open Space Advisory Board, and she was appointed to that. So she got her preference. I think that it's good to let the residents get their first choice. And then the other applicants that weren't selected for interviews all had other boards or commissions that they would be willing to serve on. And so I would rather go with people who only want to do the Planning Commission. So I think that the narrowing down process by the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Dickinson was very efficient and well done. So I appreciate their work.
Thanks, Councilmember Fahey. And I just want to clarify for the record, no one's being appointed tonight, and we've not appointed anyone yet. Councilmember Lay?
I wanted second, third, or fourth, whatever, the comments about the Mayor Pro Tem and Caleb's work on this, because it is an awful lot of work. And it's just an embarrassment of riches to read as all of us.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Councilmember Lay. I have a family matter to attend to. I may be back here in a few minutes. I apologize.
Councilmember Lay?
Yeah, I hope that's gonna be okay. Yeah, so anyway, I appreciate the work they did, and because it's a lot of work, and I appreciate the people who've applied, and it is enormously difficult winnowing decision. I too would echo what Councilmember Fahey just said. I appreciate the selections that, or the recommendations, not selections, but the recommendations that the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Dickinson have made, and I think we ought to move forward with those, and with both with the interviews and the recommendations that they've proposed for those who they're suggesting be appointed.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Thank you, and thanks everybody. Great comments. Yeah, I think one of the really awkward things about being part of the subcommittee is you don't want to be the final decision makers. You want to do a lot of work and kind of prime things for council to think about, and some decisions are easier than others, like when you have 2 applicants for 2 openings. Some are harder when you have like 15 applicants for 3 openings. So what we wanted to do is, as people like to say, is do the heavy lifting and then allow council to do some more in-depth decision making. I did want to point out that of the let's see, 80 people that are currently on a board or commission, it's 39-41 in identifying male or female, and that's a tricky thing now, right? We don't want to assume anything there, but we have a very good split in gender overall. But then you have things like currently the planning commission is all male, and that seems really problematic. And currently the library committee is all female, and that seems problematic. And as people trying to go through the applications, it's just a real struggle to try to be blind to those things, and also not be blind to those things because you don't want to perpetuate previous issues. And so we didn't have racial information on our applicants, but I think it's the same sort of thing. We really want to be sensitive to it, and we really want to be thoughtful. And I will just tell you all as a community and then as council people that we do have a very diverse boards and commissions, but we do seem to have some that are lopsided by gender. And of course, being in Lewisville and the applications you get, we're very lopsided in being white. And so, we're working on both of those things. And I think we've made some strides this year, but we'll have to continue to make more strides in encouraging people to apply and to be involved. And I'm really happy that some people have entered this world with us this year, and we just have to keep working on that for sure. But nothing here is perfect. And certainly as the mayor keeps making sure we all understand, nothing here tonight is final. These are all conversations. So I'm super fine with interviewing more people, Mayor. I have no issue with us increasing the number of people we interview. Happy to have presented this as is, and happy for you guys to kind of have the final decision on how many people you want to interview before we move forward.
Thanks, Councilmember Dickinson. So now the members of the public will have a chance to comment. Any members of the public care to comment on this agenda topic tonight? Seeing none, I'll bring it back over to council. Oh, there is, I went too fast. Sorry about that. One member of the public wanted to comment. It's the phone number ending in 8226.
Thank you very much. This is Sherry Sommer again, 910 South Palisade Court. And I just wanted to start out by saying that I listened into the first cut of this list, and I appreciated the conversation that I heard. I'm really thankful. I feel like we've made huge strides as a community in the past few years, at least since I've been involved, to including new voices on our boards and commissions. I do think, I agree, I was going to say exactly what Maxine said about tenure. I just feel like there should be no personal feelings involved in, like, they're sliding someone. It should all be professional. I think tenure would really help with that. For example, 2 excellent members were suggested to be reappointed, one with 11 years experience and one with 18. And I just feel like we need a new system, maybe have them as an advisory capacity or something like that, because that to me seems very, very long. And it's not allowing new people to grow and to strengthen our community. The other thing I wanted to bring up is that I was also going to suggest that we needed to look more at Planning Commission. I strongly support that idea of interviewing everyone. And finally, the idea about the gender diversity, I think one point was brought up during the meeting, and that is, women may be discouraged from applying to some of the high power boards like planning because it's a little intimidating, frankly. So the fact that women are not applying does not mean that no one is interested. And I think we need to stress on those important, in these high power boards and commissions, especially like open space, especially planning, we need to do more to encourage women, because I think it will soften the tone a bit, and just the dynamics, I think, are good. And I think with more balance, gender balance, I think they'll be even better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Topping.
Hi, this is Brian. Sorry, I'm on the mute button was a little out of place. It's Brian Topping at 1550 White Violet Way. I just wanted to, I heard Sherry's comments and I want to back that up. One of the things that we see a little bit more national than local focus, but there's always discussion in the science community about how the space program is losing its way because a lot of the Apollo era, talent has moved along. But one of the things that's, missing in a situation like that is that conveyance of knowledge. And, to back up what Sherry was saying with kind of a mentorship kind of situation, one of the things that might be a nice hybrid between having that expertise, that kind of institutional knowledge, if you will, and new blood, that has the better, kind of newer ideas and a better kind of handle on current trends, is to create just a simple formula that helps both to coexist and pass down that knowledge of how things have worked and how we got here, but at the same time, encouraging new voices to get in with newer technologies and newer understandings of how things go. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back over for council discussion. So the proposal that I laid out was to just add, to give direction to Meredith tonight to set the interviews up for us for all the folks that have eyes next to them today, but to add in the 3 planning commissioners that have A's next to their name for interviews, and I propose adding in tomorrow. And I actually really was trying to be as reserved as possible and not add in all the people with traditionally female names on planning commission. I do find it I have emotion around the fact that we're only interviewing one woman, and that we're judging the whole thing when we know we have qualified candidates. It's not just about where the person wants to sit, it's also about the fit of the board. We put Mark Gambale on Revitalization Commission a couple years ago. He didn't even apply for it. He applied for Planning Commission, and when we talked to him in the interview process, it was clear that he should have applied for the Revitalization Commission. Everything he wanted to do, every question he answered was like, oh man, you applied for the wrong commission. Would you be okay serving over here? And he was like, yes. And he's been fantastic over there. So, I mean, I just really think but that's our role, is to look at like the group. You might have a PhD biologist and another PhD biologist and then another PhD biologist that are all the best on earth, but you only need one. So you have to pick between those three, and then you get the person that has, the literary degree that brings something else. And then you pick the person that has traveled the world and they bring something else, and you pick the person. So I think it's our job to figure out how these pieces fit together. And so all I am asking for this evening is to add interviews for additional people for our interview process. And then I look forward to the discussion at that point. Councilmember Dickinson? Councilmember Dickinson, is it all right if I go to Councilmember Lay? It looked like he had a quick question about what I was saying. Councilmember Lay?
Are you making a motion?
Sure. I think we could act by consensus on this, but I'll move that we ask the city clerk to help us schedule interviews for the people that are listed on the recommendation as ayes, and additionally add in Dietrich, Keaton, Jeff Moline, and Tamar Krantz as a motion.
I second.
Thank you. And then I feel like I was going to, I did want to say one other thing. We've given a lot of thanks tonight. And I just think we would all be remiss to not recognize that Meredith Muth, our city clerk, puts in a tremendous amount of time and effort every year for this process. And just assembling the information, making sure all that paperwork is filled out, answering questions from residents, getting the binders to all the council members, answering all the council members' questions, answering all the applicants' questions, scheduling the applications, returning phone calls. You guys have I only sort of know. We only have a small idea of how much work she puts into this, and we couldn't do it without you, Meredith. Thank you so much. Councilmember Dickinson.
Mayor, it's all us. we do it all. I don't know what staff's doing. They're just hanging out. Yes, of course, Meredith is just remarkable. I wanted just to comment, this is not in defense, but just sort of clarification of some of the thought process, because I very much appreciated, I think it was Sherry and Brian who mentioned PPLAB. And what I saw from that group that we have right now is 18 years experience, which we're noting is potentially problematic, 11 years of experience, which is also potentially problematic, 4 years, 2 years, 0, 0, 0. And so what I liked about that, honestly, was this balance, that there was someone who's maybe on for too long and 3 people that have never even done it. And so these 3 people are going to, I think, kind of take over PPLAB over the next few years and really allow us to grow. And I would hope that some of the people who have been on longer will feel comfortable stepping off. The second piece is that, there are moments in some of these boards this year, we don't get enough applicants for the positions. And so I think what's sometimes hard is, were we to say no to Ellen and Shelley, we wouldn't have enough people to fill that. I mean, you can function with 6. But sometimes that's also a consideration, is we really need people to volunteer. I mean, raise your hand if you ran for city council in this room, a lot of us. But in general, we need people to volunteer. We need people to step up and run for these positions for council. And at times, not enough people do. And so to say, well, 10 years is too long, get out of here, sometimes that means we don't have anybody. And so I think there is also a balance there of and I think we're seeing some, like in planning commission, we have lots of applications. So that is not the concern. And in others, that kind of ends up happening a little bit, is we're really hoping people will just volunteer to serve our community. And so that isn't to say any other points made weren't valid. There is a little bit of a pull and tug there. Even if you had term limits, how would that affect these boards even forming, right? And when the most dedicated people can't serve. And so maybe you have a term limit, but if it's not filled, then someone who's term limited can fill a vacancy. Maybe there's a way to go through that. And I think that, as Mayor Pro Tem Maloney said, I think it's a great conversation when we're not evaluating individuals, but I would say that's something that should go on the work plan to say, hey, let's look at this again, because I think there's general consensus that some sort of term limit is probably beneficial, while also making sure these boards are full is beneficial. So I think it's great advice from the community, and I think it's something we should definitely, I'd be in support of us looking into in 2022. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I support what you're contemplating, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Dickinson. Any other discussion on the motion? Any confusion on the motion? Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
Oh, she meant me somehow.
Well, I saw your hand first and then I saw
did.
Kyle's virtual hand.
Let's put your hand down, Kyle. So if we do the motion that you suggest, that creates an issue in the open space recommendation.
So we won't approve any of the appointments until after we have a discussion. So there's already I mean, in my opinion, there could be an issue with David Blankenship, right? So we will have a meeting on Monday, I'm sorry for not having the date in front of me, Monday the 13th, right? To do interviews and to discuss the appointments. So none of these positions are being appointed right now.
Sure, but let me just give you a scenario. For example, if we pick two of the people for planning commission that are also potentially in open space, then we do have an issue unless we do interviews for open space at the same time.
Well, so everyone has access to the materials that are provided as question and answers. And so I felt like I had enough information from that to not need to interview the other candidates to open space. Like I feel like I have a very good feel without additional questions that we could ask them in personal interviews to be able to fill the positions with the other applicants. But if other people feel like they need to interview them to get that information, we should absolutely add more interviews. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney?
I have no other comment. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Brown, do you know what the motion on the table is?
I
Welcome
do
back.
not. I'm sorry. I just got
No
back
problem.
from sitting with my son. So if you could.
No problem.
Thank
No problem. And we all have to show each other some grace with the Zoom COVID meetings. So thank you for making time for us. And so the motion on the table is to give direction to the city clerk to set up interviews for all the people listed with I's in the packet and to add in 4 additional interviews: Jeff Moline, Keaton Howe, Dietrich Hoffner, and Tamar Krantz. And so we would have a meeting where we'll interview those people and then the council will deliberate on all the appointments.
Thank you for clarifying the motion. I appreciate that.
And then just for complete transparency and completeness of description of what we plan to do, so that we've done this the last several years. So we'll have that meeting, we'll have deliberation at that meeting, and then at a future meeting, we'll have appointment of the members based on the discussion. And typically that's been on consent agenda, but anyone could always pull it from consent agenda if they wanted to. Any further discussion of the motion? And after thinking about it further, did anyone want to add any additional interviews from the quandary that could be created? All right, seeing no discussion, could we please have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Most,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Dickinson,
Yes.
Mayor Stolzman,
Yes.
Councilmember Maloney.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. And next on our
Mayor, can I ask to interrupt for a moment?
Yes, City Clerk, please.
If you would like to add 4 interviews that evening, that's another hour onto the evening. Would you be interested in starting the meeting at 5?
Can folks start the meeting at 5 on Monday the 13th? So I have I can probably start at 5:30. I have a conflict at 5.
I will not be
Whatever the
in
group, whatever
attendance.
works for the group. So
Does 5:30 work for people?
That's okay.
I didn't hear what Councilor Dickinson said.
He said he won't be in attendance, so he's not weighing in on the start time. That was my understanding.
I will be in Washington State and celebrating my wife's birthday, so I will not be in attendance for the Monday meeting.
Any other? So 5:30 it is. Thank you, Meredith. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item B, discussion direction of our cost of doing business scorecard. And I'll turn it over to Megan Pierce for staff presentation. Hi, Megan.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to share my screen with you for our presentation tonight. So just briefly to note, I'm here presenting this item tonight. It's actually Austin Brown, our Economic Vitality Specialist, who put this information together for you, but he's attending a retail attraction event this week. So wanted to make sure to still convey this information to you on the timeline that we had set out. So just a bit of history on this item and how we arrived at the information presented tonight. The cost of doing business scorecard was included as both an economic vitality strategic plan supporting action for 2021 and was also prioritized in City Council's 2021 work plan. The scorecard is a comparative effort where we look at the cost of development and business in Lewisville as compared to nearby communities. Businesses frequently look in a target market, such as a county or other region, not just in one community when considering a location. So this is really a comparative analysis of fees and costs that we've arrived at as sort of this iterative process. So our scorecard project scope started with what was presented to council in July. That included comparative information with Broomfield, Boulder, Erie, Lafayette, Longmont, and Superior. And our initial look was really at the cost of development, commercial development fees. So water tap, sewer tap, wastewater, stormwater, impact fees, and parking improvement fees. So we've included the materials from that discussion as a reference point, but that's sort of where we started. And the feedback we got from council in July was that we wanted to develop additional data for comparison and that it would be more helpful to look at the items in the context of a case study. So looking at actual properties and diving into more detail, more at that cost of business, not just at the cost of commercial development. So sort of how we proceeded with that direction was that we brought some information to the Economic Vitality Committee in September. We brought them, some properties to consider for the case studies. We also brought them information about potential additional data points in terms of the costs and fees that we could investigate. So just before we dive into the two case studies that we landed on, I think it's important to recognize that the data we'll look at is taken at a single point in time. The cost of doing, business vary pretty significantly by type of development. Whether a business occupies an existing space that really doesn't require a lot of build out or whether they build a new building. Both of the case studies we're looking at represent new development, one a small retail business and the other a primary employer, because those are some of the most routine kind of business and development we deal with, but there's certainly a whole continuum of business that's done between those two types. We did also make some changes in terms of who the comparative analysis includes. So the data you'll be looking at that's comparative tonight includes Boulder, Erie, Lafayette, and Longmont. So we recommended to the EVC excluding Broomfield because last time we basically found that the structure of their fees and costs is so different from ours that we lack a lot of points of comparison that we really have confidence in. And then also Superior doesn't have as much that is comparative in the types of development we were exploring. So we also excluded them from this analysis. So the first case study that we'll be looking at is 824 South Street. This is a 905 square foot commercial development in downtown Lewisville. It's home to the South Street Market. This is overall part of the 957 Main Street, 824 South Street redevelopment. For clarity purposes, this data only reflects the 824 South building. So the 957 Main building is still being completed and built out. So we're just looking at the South Street property. This was originally a residential property, so it is a pretty significant change in converting from a residential to a commercial development. Each of the categories of costs and fees staff reviewed for each community under comparison. So this slide just shows Lewisville. Another point just in terms of kind of this data at a point in time is that we've made this analysis using Lewisville's actual data. So we have access to our actual permit and fee data for these particular properties. We don't have that same level of detail for the comparative communities. We're using their costs and fee schedules to make the best assumptions we could for this comparative analysis. So for Lewisville, kind of the total cost of doing business as we've summarized it with these categories is just over $205,000. And then this chart shows the comparative analysis. So the same costs and fees in the prior slide then applied to each of those comparable communities. In both the comparative slides we'll show tonight, Lewisville is represented at the bottom, so you can sort of see from a consistency perspective where we rank. We are the next to highest cost of doing business for a similar type of development of this comparative group. Boulder is the only community that showed a higher cost for a small commercial development of this nature. The result for Lewisville, as you'll see from the large green bar, is highly attributable to the water tap fee, which is the highest of any municipalities. So, this whole cost of doing business scorecard actually originated from a November 2019 council discussion about water tap fees and the calculation and that setting of rates. So we know it is something that, based on how we calculate it, is set higher than how some other communities set their rates. So I don't think, while this chart represents it in a pretty visual manner, it is something that I think many of us were aware of going into this. Let's see, there were a couple other things I was going to cover here. Lewisville does have a couple uniquenesses that Austin found in the data that he pointed out. Lewisville is the only entity of this group that has a separate fire district fee, and that also charges a separate site improvement fee, which is a use tax based on 50% of the total site improvement valuation. So that's paid on the building permit. So it's something additional that we found here that we didn't find in the other data that we look at. Lewisville does have the lowest stormwater and also liquor licensing fees, which are applicable for this business type.
Megan, can I just ask a question on the last slide? I know you have to do a point in time on all of these, and so it's really hard to. Do you know where Lafayette is on their water tap? I know they were reviewing their water tap fees because they weren't covering their costs. Do you know where they are in the process of adopting their new rates?
I do not know where they're at in the process. My understanding was similar. I know that they're really having to examine their whole water portfolio because things were being subsidized over a long period of time. So I would certainly expect that if we were to look at this a year or 2 years from now, Lafayette would have a much different commercial tap rate.
Thank you.
So the second case study that we spoke about with EVC to represent a primary employer and a larger build out. So was 609 104th Street. So this is an industrial flex facility located in the Colorado Technology Center. It's home to the Allen Company. So some of you may recall this company relocated its headquarters from Broomfield in 2019. Also, it has its offices and part of its manufacturing arm located here in Lewisville in this facility. So the development was a whole new core and shell building, as well as significant interior build out. Again, for each of what we're reflecting as Lewisville's cost of doing business, we had access to the actuals, and for the other communities, we're making I would say good assumptions and calculations based on what we know from their fee schedules and looking at their data. But we would expect that if they did the same type of analysis with their own information, they might come up with slightly different information. So for Lewisville here, we come out just under $840,000 as a cost of doing business for this particular development. This slide again showing the comparative to those same communities. Again, Lewisville is the bar at the bottom. You'll see sort of a much different presentation here because Lewisville provides I would say, a better cost of doing business in this particular type of development. It's more competitive with where the other communities came out in the analysis. Boulder and Erie both present higher cost structures for an industrial development of this type. In Erie, that's really being driven by their impact fees. They have a very extensive impact fee structure, which I'm sure relates to sort of where they are at in their development life cycle. But it's very extensive and very different from what Lewisville has in place today. Here you'll also see that the water tap for Boulder in the industrial size and also their stormwater starts to raise their cost of doing business pretty significantly. Just some other differences that I'd like to point out, because I do think that we're trying to make an analysis that's factual and informative, and we do find things and look at them, and you have to sort of decide what's apples to apples to present, or as close as we can get. But a few of these things: site improvement fees mentioned only collected by City of Lewisville. Business and sales tax license. Austin determined there were 2 communities that aren't collecting that fee. Our fee in Lewisville is $25, so it's a pretty minimal fee, but just a difference to point out in the process. Affordable housing fees, this one we did also touch on in the original scorecard. Lafayette is the only one that has these fees applied to commercial development. So I think normally when we talk about or refer to affordable housing, we think we're talking exclusively about residential development, but in this case, Lafayette has made a different application. City of Boulder is the only community that had a liquor license occupation tax, and City of Boulder also collects an excise tax. If you want to do the deep dive in all the data, Austin has provided more of a spreadsheet format where you can sort of trace the chart to the actual numbers. That's included as attachment 1 in the materials, and just noted again here that we're providing actual information versus comparative to sourced information for our analysis. Just sort of to wrap up in terms of what we found with the data, we show that Lewisville's current costs of doing business could be more attractive for industrial projects than small commercial development. We also have to recognize that doesn't cover all the variables and factors that influence location choices. For example, the certainty of development and land use decisions play into those commercial developments very significantly, and we can't quantify those in this tool in a similar fashion. Another factor that could be kind of driving this data in a certain way is that there are different building code standards which do differ among the 5 municipalities examined. There are also other policies and process that just sort of influence how much it'll cost to do business at a single point in time, but we can't really capture. So, for example, we haven't quantified the potential impacts or costs of the new IECC adoption, realizing that, we're one of the first communities to adopt that, or the first, and other communities will likely follow and may have their own amendments. So that's kind of a combination of moment in time plus ability to quantify that into a data set. Just recommendation, next steps, we prepared the case studies as informational and more comparative work in terms of our region and what it costs to generally do business here. We're seeking any feedback about what we presented or any additional analysis on the information that council would be interested in. And then, any of those next steps can be considered and incorporated in future work for the Economic Vitality Strategic Plan. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the great presentation, Director Pierce. And so I'll turn it over to the public and see if there are any public comments on this agenda item tonight. Seeing none, I'll come back over for council member questions, comments, and any actions that they want to take. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And again, Director Pierce, I really appreciate all the work that you've done here. And for the presentation, I think the comparisons are very interesting. I'm I have to just candidly, I'm a little disappointed that the staff and EBC maybe weren't able to look at some other types of costs of doing business, if you will. I think it mentioned in the packet was the difficulties around discussing things like rent, and some other aspects of doing business in Lewisville. Because what I'm struck by is that the examples that you use are really examples of sort of development, right? And that's not without merit, but it is just one type of sort of starting a new business and doing some development, and that's good. But I do think that we also need to know more about, to the extent to which we can, the cost of doing business. Maybe if you're just a tenant, or you're not redeveloping something, or those types of things. Because I think we're also in competitions for businesses who just want to, fill an existing building or something like that. So I really appreciate this work. I realize there are always things that we can improve upon and add, and there are limitations and things that we can do. But that would be something that I would think we could use to really improve upon this particular study. So.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Excuse me,
Director.
guys. My apologies. I have to bug out to get to the airport. I apologize interrupting you. Thanks, everyone.
Good night, Councilmember Most. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Does anybody else want to interrupt me? It's fine. I'm okay with it.
Councilmember Maloney, I don't want to interrupt you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not going to either.
All right.
Thanks, Chris.
Sure.
Appreciate
All right. So did everybody do it? Did I hear from you, Councilor Brown? I don't think I did, actually.
I'll interrupt you if you'd like. There you go.
All right. That's enough, folks.
I want to thank Director Pierce and Austin for the work on this. I think it's a good body of work. I do agree with Councilor Brown that it is, one aspect of it, it's new development. And we started here because what we heard from the business community. Those other things that you mentioned, Councilor Brown, are things that we can consider doing. To me, this was a starting point. And it does point out a number of things that the mayor pointed out, that there are other communities looking at calculating their tap fees in a different way. Ours is done based upon the current cost of water. What's interesting to me is if you look at these two examples, in Erie, their cost of a tap is very low, but we know that their cost of water is twice as much, which kind of gets to your point, Councilor Brown. What's the cost of operating in the city? So this is one data point. To me, it told me if you take out the tap fee, our fees are very, very similar to the other communities, with the exception of Boulder, who, I don't understand the sewer one on Boulder for the larger development, but, it's demystifying the cost of development. And for me, it's a starting point to say, are there policy issues that we want to address here? Because tap fees could be lower if we took out the price of water, and we could embed that in the per gallon rate of selling water. And it appears that's what some of these other communities are doing. Do we want to adopt the same model? I don't know, but that would be the kind of policy decision. But I think it's good work. And for me, it's raised some questions of, are we happy with the way we're doing business, or should we consider doing it differently? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. Councilmember Fahey.
Thank you. Yes, I want to add, I agree that this is a wonderful development, a lot of really good, helpful information and comparisons. And as Mayor Pro Tem just stated, it is the first step in deciding how we compare with other communities. So I think that the Economic Vitality Group has done a wonderful job. I do have one question, and that is, do you know whether other communities, particularly neighboring communities are in the process of adopting the IECC, or is this just, a wish?
You know what, I don't have any specifics on that. I'm not sure if Director Zaccaro, who's on, has any insight into where others are at in that process, but I haven't heard any specific timelines.
Okay, thank you.
Director Zaccaro, did you want to add anything?
Good evening, everyone. I don't have any specifics to add, Councilmember Fahey. I do know that a lot of communities, especially in our region, are looking at it. There is a joint effort that Boulder County and some other communities have gotten together. It's actually a grant-funded study to put together a plan for adopting the IECC. I'd say within the next, the first half of 2022 is when we think they're going to be pursuing that. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Thank you. Yeah, I think, to Councilmember Brown's concern around the other piece, I think it's a little bit when people are moving in, or so if, like for instance, I moved my office from Boulder to Lewisville and basically didn't engage with the city in any way, right? Like occupying a new space that already exists within Lewisville didn't really require a lot of engagement with the city, and there wasn't a lot of incentive they could give me or discount they could give me. There just isn't as much. So I think, when someone is looking to build something, create something, there's a lot more opportunity for engagement with us and fees, and some negative engagement with us with like having to pay for stuff, and some positive engagement with some incentives and encouragements. And so I think one of the reasons, and I can let Megan respond to it as well, but rent is super important. Obviously, the cost of a space, the square footage, and the triple net to have a space, for instance, in downtown, is what people say is cost prohibitive, right? It's very difficult to run a business down here, but we don't. One, that's pretty easy information anecdotally, and then two, we don't have a lot of structures in place to deal with that. Rent abatement or things like that. So I think that is worth looking into and worth talking about. And I think the idea with this analysis, and again, I'll shut up and let Megan respond, but I think the idea with this analysis is some kind of larger projects. And if someone's looking at, relocating and interacting with the city a bunch, what will those costs likely be if they did it in Superior here or Lafayette? But your point is, Mayor, you're chomping the bit, so I'll turn to you instead. But so I think there's some pieces there that we're trying to organize ourselves around that developmental piece. But certainly there are people that 100% move here without a ton of relocation cost. Sorry, I'll defer now.
I was trying to practice if it goes without saying, don't say it, but council members have made incredibly bold statements throughout this that have just like blown my mind. So it's been incredible. So I mean, this tool, it can provide information for council so we can set policies exactly like what you just described, Councilmember Dickinson. So having that information to know, like, if we've heard from people, we want retail on the ground floor in downtown. And if it's too expensive because of the rent, like that has nothing to do with the analysis that's been presented to us tonight, right? Like this analysis helps us answer different questions, right? So, I mean, both are important. So if we want that, and we think that would be great, because then we could develop policies around it to get the outcomes we want, we should get that additional information too. That's all I'm saying. Like maybe a rent abatement program is how I got emails from people about banning office on main floor in downtown and stuff like that. Is that what we want to do, or do we want more information so we could understand what kind of tools we could offer? Would we need to offer them to landlords? Would we need to offer them to tenants? Like, how could we get retail on the main floor in downtown? So I think Councilmember Brown's point was great. Like, yeah, this is a great start. This answers one subset of data and information, but there's this whole other area about tenants. And we hear from them all the time. I hear from tenants in downtown that say my rent is too high and I want to move to Lafayette because it's less expensive and I like them better and they're nicer to me. So I think there's both pieces, and I think the additional information would be good. I think we should support Councilmember Brown's request and direction. I think it was really positive. And then I just want to say for the record, I think Lewisville's policy for charging the cost of water to the people that are pushing that cost to be borne on the city has been really positive over time. And I would be really concerned if we put on our work plan to push the cost of water onto the existing customers. So the cost of development has paid its own way on water. Everyone to this point has paid for their own tap, and the water costs are what they are. I think that we've been served very well and have a very good, robust plan for drought and being able to provide water service to everyone. And so I hope we don't go in that. I know we could go in that direction with this information. I know other cities are doing that, and I don't think it's serving them well. So I guess I just want to put that out there as my opinion. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
And I agree with you. I don't want to do it either. I think the development should pay for their true costs, and, they should pay for the cost of water at the time they do the development. So I think what's important is we need to recognize that we're doing it a certain way. And so that we know that, what we're doing for new development, charging them that. Other cities, and I will just pick on Erie because I don't really know how they're doing it, but it sounds like a good city to pick on, is they're obviously burying those costs in their, as I said earlier, in the cost of water. And I don't agree with that. So I agree with you.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Maloney. So Councilmember Dickinson, I might turn it back to you as the chair of EDC. Do you think some brainstorming and noodling around the rental side and like the support for people who come to town that want to be a retail business, like it's not easy. I don't have the answer. That's why I say noodling around. Do you think the EDC could kind of work on that and think through next steps on that for us?
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly talked about, bonuses for vacant spaces, bonuses for relocating to Lewisville. We haven't specifically addressed, direct payment for the cost of rent. To level the playing field compared to other communities. And we can certainly take that up in the EDC. I think that's a worthwhile thing to consider. I mean, obviously, as we have noticed in downtown Lewisville, a real estate agency is going to have more funds to support an office on Main Street than a hat store, if you will, just bring up something random. And so if we as a council and as a community want something that is not as profitable, right? Buying and selling homes in the city of Lewisville is quite profitable, whereas a small market may not be hugely profitable. So if we're interested in putting our thumb on the scale a little bit and getting things that our community members want, then I think I'm 100% for that as a resident and 100% for that as an EDC chair, that looking at ways to incentivize retail in our commercial areas, not just downtown. There are other spots for sure that we want more of that. So, and I think those small things, I think what happened, those small little moments don't have a big impact on our bottom line as a city, but they have a huge impact on the quality of life and the experience that people have. And so, yeah, happy to make that part of our 2022 plan to at least look at some of those options, because I think that's something that I've heard for 5 years, and is an important piece. So if there's if I could maybe head nodding or whatever from other people, if there's support for that concept from the rest of council to put a thumb on the scale of retail, I think I would be all for that as looking into that.
So we have the new system of, lukewarm, happy, have something to say about it. Anybody have any feeling? It looks like I got a lot of thumbs ups. Councilmember Lay's thumbs are below the screen. So, oh, there he goes. Okay. It looks like everybody's supportive of the EDC taking a shot at that. So thank you for this information so far. And Megan, will you pass on to Austin from us the thanks for the good report and all the data, since he wasn't able to be here?
Sure will. Thank you.
So with that takes us to our next topic, which we'll also have Megan here for, and it's discussion direction on strategic plan item 1 through 4, identifying priority property areas of focus for city attraction efforts or influence to private redevelopment undertakings. And it says it's a public hearing here, but it's not. And so I'll turn it over as a presentation to Megan Pierce.
Okay, so on this one tonight, this was also discussed by EVC previously. It's also an economic vitality strategic plan supporting action. So I've included the text of that here because really kind of the scope of discussion tonight is, it's a little bit varied. It's a little bit different from sometimes how we talk about things related to economic vitality, but this really is meant to be sort of, I want to say a foundational conversation about properties and vacancies that we have, how we prioritize those, what we think future opportunities are, and then what more specific strategies or future actions do we want to build into our strategic plan related to underutilized spaces, blighted properties, long-term vacancies. So Economic Vitality Committee had 2 discussions on this. We started with a big list of properties and had a pretty in-depth discussion. So they discussed this on October 22 and November 18th. I've included the November 18th materials for you tonight. That is inclusive of both discussions because for the second discussion, we just added some additional information to that packet for the committee members. So what EVC, how we framed that discussion was that EVC was sort of taking a look at a big list of properties and a lot of context, opportunities, challenges with each of those properties to come to presenting council with a recommendation on what the committee saw as the highest priority properties. And the committee also provided some input on strategies or actions council may wish to consider as, direction to staff, future follow-up for strategic plan. So with tonight's council discussion, the goal is to gather input on those priorities and next steps. So, we'd be seeking feedback on if there are other properties that you think should be in the list, if there's maybe different priorities that the council as a whole would agree to versus what the EVC recommended. So hopefully we have a consensus on those top priority properties. If we have that, then also talking about having some consensus on the actions for those properties. So are we purely looking at the property as a re-tenanting and an attraction effort, or is the city interested in potentially opportunities for redevelopment related to one of those priority properties? Then that sort of leads into, I think, a potential conversation about how interested council is in pursuing public-private partnerships and what that could look like, and whether you'd like us to bring back more information on that at a future meeting, and anything else that comes out of the discussion. So I think there's kind of a broad range here of what we're going to cover. So this first slide that I just want to provide the context that's in the EVC information. These were the list of properties and areas that the committee considered in terms of setting those highest priorities to communicate to council. So, the materials also provide some context on the ones that we're not going to go into detail tonight. So my presentation will focus on the 2 highest priority properties that EVC recommended. We can certainly come back and talk about any of these other properties that council may have more specific questions on in terms of the status or other potential. There were also, and I've not listed them here, but there were a couple other properties mentioned in the materials. So these we sort of put under the umbrella of existing or persisting vacancies, but especially if we start to have discussions about redevelopment or engaging in public-private partnerships, there are other properties such as Pine Street Plaza, the Lewisville Mill, Centennial Valley, undeveloped lots, Highway 42 framework area plan, Lewisville Plaza, Village Square Shopping Center. Those could come under a broader umbrella discussion too of future vision and public-private partnerships. So I just didn't want to leave those ones out of the discussion. So the Economic Vitality Committee felt that 1164 West Dillon Road, which is the current home to the Cinnabar Theater, was the highest priority property for council's consideration. The property has been listed for sale and is under contract by a developer. the committee talked about both this as an attraction target, but also as a potential redevelopment opportunities. You'll see that both of the high priority properties are in the Mccasland corridor. And so I do think it's important to note that that corridor does remain our highest area for sales tax revenue generation. And it's also one of the key access points for the community for employees and visitors. So just a little bit more in terms of outcomes from those economic vitality committee conversations. They suggested that the city might consider options for the property, developing more of a vision around what the community might want to see. Suggested that, if redevelopment becomes a goal of the city, what this significant or financial stake is meant to be is that if the city wants to ensure a certain vision for the property, it would probably require some sort of public-private partnership, and what level of that could be. There was a bit of discussion around that. We also talked a lot about Mccasland Station, the importance of the BRT in this, regional transportation hub. It is important to note that the lease with RTD is not something the city is party to, but it's certainly something that's very important to the city. There were some discussions pretty high level on zoning and how that may impact this property going forward. But I think, too, we want to make sure to note that there is an active zoning application on this property. So it's important that we keep discussions at a pretty high level about visions or city involvement. We don't want to talk about the detailed zoning or potential zoning changes that could impact that application. So the EVC's second highest priority was 550 South Mccasland Boulevard. This is the current Ascent Community Church and former Sam's Club, which was vacated in 2010. It's owned by a holding company that leases it to Ascent Church. As many of us know and have probably seen or heard, the Ascent Church does intend to redevelop the property, and it's often referred to as Parcel O, based on some of those past conversations. Some of the challenges related to redevelopment of this property were really a focus of the EVC conversation, and that really revolves around the restrictive covenants. So it prohibits uses that would otherwise be potential fits for this property type. So if you were to think about it, though we know there's intent for potential redevelopment, if we were to think about it as a pure attraction target, a lot of the uses that staff would look at as a fit for the size and location would just be prohibited, would not be allowed. In combination with it being a typical big box, the property layout, its low road visibility, it's just caused long stagnation with the property. It is possible for big boxes to redevelop. So I don't look at that as just a dire situation, but if you look at other stores, large stores, commercial users that have vacated over time, many of those properties find a way for the market to fix that situation. So I think the former Hobby Lobby at Lewisville Plaza is a good example to kind of touch on as context to that. So, it's been re-tenanted with multiple tenants over a period of time, and they now just have one small space left to fill. So there is a way to approach that if you don't have things like restrictive covenants. The committee also talked about the urban renewal plan. That does really center on the condemnation of covenants. It's very different from our Highway 42 urban renewal plan. So we talked about and kind of educated ourselves about those differences. The committee also did touch on land use and whether the underlying zoning supports those potential future development opportunities. And I think too, on this public-private partnerships, I just want to mention as we sort of set up, how council wants to engage about attraction, redevelopment. Attraction is something that we work on for basically all of these properties, and we will be a partner in. It's sort of the redevelopment conversation and of any vision for that brings apart brings up some conversation of public-private partnerships and what does that mean and how do we encourage those or how do we guide those process. So we don't have an established process or guidelines for advancing those types of proposals. Really, the existing process that we have is within the Highway 42 urban renewal area, where the Revitalization Commission has two processes for financial assistance. So those, there has been blight established through the urban renewal determination, and there have been established both the public infrastructure assistance process and the direct financial assistance process, both which really require a true public-private partnership, that there is private investment, but there is public contribution that's defined. I think in the past, I haven't been here too long, but trying to educate myself is that in the past, I think public-private partnerships have been brought forward mostly by the developer on a case-by-case basis. Probably the example that we're familiar with is the grain site on Front Street. So that's probably the most recent one and probably the closest example of public-private partnership outside of urban renewal from what I understand about the history. I do look at public-private partnerships as separate, as a different avenue from our business assistance program. So, thinking about business assistance as incentives that in some case will facilitate development or redevelopment, but it doesn't necessarily specifically target or encourage properties that may be underutilized, vacant, or not developed in, maybe a highest and best use. It doesn't encourage that. So it can help in some situations, but it's not necessarily going to deal with some of the more difficult properties that really have long-term vacancies. It's feasible to take a stance to remain passive and respond to developers as they bring those ideas forward in those arrangements, or it's possible for the city to take a more proactive role in identifying and pursuing redevelopment opportunities with public-private partnerships. So I think, one of the other outcomes I mentioned is, is this something that council wants us to spend some time on, bring back some more information about what some of those possibilities might be, or, is it more desirable for us to stay focused on attraction for, these priority properties? So this is sort of comes back to, I think, one of my initial slides. So, feedback on the priority properties. I'm happy to go into any more detail, answer questions about the properties, talk about what we're focused on for those properties, and then get some of your input and next steps about what you'd like to see more information on for advancing some future strategies.
Thank you. And so I'll actually turn it over to the public first on this one, just because there are a number of different topics and I want the public to get to weigh in before we undertake each one. And so first up, we have RJ Harrington.
Good evening again, Council. RJ Harrington, 457 East Raintree Court. I will ask a question. What if the Economic Vitality Strategic Plan included a huge focus on climate justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion? What if the city could use the opportunities that a number of these vacant and not so vacant structures present to the city? And we could say to the community, to the region, that as we look to influence private redevelopment undertakings, to focus on city attraction efforts, that we attract tenants, developers, applicants, venture capital firms, because we have a fundamental focus on making sure that each and every decision considers the needs of this and every generation. What if the Economic Vitality Committee could utilize that lens to really make Lewisville even more of a shining example than we already are? What if we said to ourselves, economic vitality, That includes good environmental stewardship. What's good for the environment is good for the economy. What would that do to attract and or influence private industry? I have a particular bias that I want to leave behind an habitable biosphere for my progeny and all of your progeny. If we continue to work through that lens of leaving things better than the way we found them, especially with regard to no longer extracting and combusting things, I suggest that this city would do a lot to be able not only to attract and influence private redevelopment, but also to think very carefully about any private-public partnership that we would enter if it didn't include a significant focus on the preservation of an habitable biosphere. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Any other public comments on this agenda item? Seeing none, that takes us back over to council discussion. And so we'll go through these different topics as Megan Pierce has laid them out. Megan, would you mind putting the slide back up once you have control again? Thank you. And so we'll take these up one at a time from folks. So I think the first question was the focus properties. Is that a good place to start, Megan Pierce, the focus properties?
Yeah, I think so. See where we're at in terms of, different ideas or different order than what EBC selected, or if there are any properties we need to provide some more context on.
Great. Councilmember Brown.
Thanks, Mayor. Director Pierce, would you mind putting up the list of the focus properties again? You had that. There you go. That's it. So I think I really appreciate the selection of the properties in the Mccasland corridor as high priorities. I agree with the priority of 1164 Dillon. I think that's a really interesting property. And if there is interest in doing something innovative there, I think there'd be a lot of interest from the community. I also, obviously, when I got on council, we were talking about Parcel O. Before I was on council, we've been talking about Parcel O. It's a really important piece. I think there are opportunities there, and the idea of using sort of public-private partnership to spur some innovation here could be really exciting. I have been concerned about some of the vacancies on Main Street, and our council, we've done some good work trying to provide historic preservation grants to revitalize some different properties on Main Street. So I'm also very excited to see 800 Main, and then 511 South Boulder. Boy, that piece of property has kind of fluttered in and out of occupancy my entire life. And so I appreciate the sort of focus on that particular piece of property as well. So I think for the most part, I'm very supportive of those lists and sort of the things that I see here, not to leave out alfalfas, those things I'm really encouraged by.
Thank you. I'm not seeing other council hands yet, so I'll just add my comments while people are still thinking on it. I just want to thank the group for really working through this. I think to have the broader group like this, where it's like property areas rather than like 1 and 2, I have a really hard time saying like which one's number 1 and which one's number 2. And if we are numbering them, I have a really hard time with Sam's not being number 1. But at some level, it doesn't matter. Like, if we're only going to focus on one, I guess it does matter. But I think if we have a strategy around recruitment and tools and things like that, it doesn't. The other thing I wanted to add here is just, I think 1303 Empire is early to add to the list. I don't think it has had the time for the private sector to address that. So I just don't think it fits with the rest of the group. I think it's like one of these things that's not like the other. And additionally, 1501 Empire, I just don't think that fits with the group. That's a city building. I think there needs to be an analysis of city needs. We've recently heard that we don't have adequate space for our employees. There's some potential future needs, depending what happens on different large parcels in town with wastewater site expansion. Like we would need to do a massive wastewater plant expansion, depending what happens on different properties. So I think to lose control of that property, I just think 1501 Empire is a different beast also. So I guess those two on Empire, I would recommend removing. And then I don't know that I have the address right, but I think it's 525 Mccasland. It's the former scrapbook shack. That was also the Checker Auto Parts store. It's a great building. And like, it's got some visibility issues from Mccasland, is what I've heard from different tenants that I've talked to about going in there. But boy, that could really serve somebody really well. I always picture a natural grocer in there. It seems like the perfect location for a natural grocer. But that's one that I would like the group to discuss, maybe adding. It's been vacant for quite a while. And then I like how you have it labeled here, Megan Pierce, because it's property areas considered. I think when we say vacant, we have to be careful because, like, for example, the Sam's Club building is not vacant. The owner is occupying it like in the way that they want it to. The Regal Theater is not vacant. So I just think we need to be careful. And then the one that we wrote in the packet that I do think is an opportunity for urban renewal if the property owner wants to come forward and redevelop it is, I think it's called Pine Street Plaza there. But I just want to be really careful about saying it's underutilized because I don't want to send the wrong message to the tenants. We have maybe the most successful appliance store in the entire state of Colorado there that's been there for years and years and years. We have pet groomer that's been there. They gotta have been there for 30 years or something like that. So like we have incredibly successful businesses that have been in our community for decades and decades that are, the liquor store has been, in operation for a long time as well. So I just wouldn't want to send the wrong message that the tenants aren't fantastic tenants and doing a great job. And if the property owner wants to do something there, that's totally open for urban renewal funding and some other opportunities as well. But I just think we need to be careful on the message on that one, so that we don't send the business owners the wrong signal. And again, I just want to thank everybody for their work on this. And then the last question you asked was just on the public-private partnerships. And I just would hope that we could pursue some public-private partnerships, particularly at the Sam's Club. We've done so many community outreaches on that particular property in that area through the urban renewal, through the small area plan, through things like that. And the public theme that we have continued to hear in that area is a need for park space. So I think there may be some opportunity for that. Mayor Pro Tem Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your comments. As a former member of the EVC, when we started working on this, it occurred to me that, in my mere 6 years of being on council, we never had a list like this. We never had these kind of discussions. So I really appreciate where this is going. So I appreciate Director Pierce. I really appreciate Mayor, you creating the EVC and moving us in a direction. Now we're actually making a list of these. And 550 South Mccasland Boulevard was on my campaign literature, Councilor Brown. So way back 6 years ago. So these are all worthy of being on the list. I think they all have different challenges. They may need different tools. When I look at this list, and one of them that I encouraged to be on here was 1164th West Dillon Road, because the question that I asked was, should we imagine the land use, this space being done in a different way? And so, this is the kind of thing where I'm going to put Director Zuccaro on the spot here with a question, but if we start talking about things that are changes in land use, is that something we should be talking about as a small area plan or in context of the comp plan that we're doing in 2022? Some of these other ones are just, different kinds of solutions or recruiting and so forth. And so I just wonder if you had an answer for us on that.
Yeah, so I think that, if you look at the current Mccasland small area plan, it talks about TOD development. And the policy states that if a potential developer wants to do something different, the policy is to come forward with an amendment to the small area plan. So that's an option that would precede the comprehensive plan amendment that we have scheduled to kick off next year. So I think it's really up to council. Certainly there's processes for entertaining. I mean, anybody can apply for a property owner or a resident can apply for a comprehensive plan amendment, which would also be a small area plan amendment, and bring that forward to city council if they wanted to vet land use change.
Right. So thank you very much for that information. This is an example of, in my earlier remarks this evening, talking about, having staff, having council, and having the public involved in these discussions, especially if we're going to talk about land use changes. And this is one of those. And what's the best fit for the city? So I'm just asking a bunch of questions, but I think the fact that we're having this kind of discussion, we can ask questions, and we have a shared list. I would take the ones that Empire off as well, but the other ones that are on there are all areas of concern, and I would like to see us find solutions, and I think they may all take different kinds of solutions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Lake.
Yeah, Mayor, I appreciate your comments. I agreed with most of them. I just want to emphasize a couple of those. I think I would agree that the two properties on Empire Road probably don't belong there. I think it's probably a good thing that we don't rank them, although I have kind of definitely ranked them in my own head. I thought the analysis that Director Pierce did was just terrific on these, and thank her for those. On the public-private partnership, I mean, that's one of those, it is, as we know, a buzzword that unfortunately doesn't, we haven't fleshed out a lot in Lewisville, and I think it might be a good idea to put more definition into how we think of that and what we're looking for, and how we're going to move forward with that concept, because those get criticized as being subsidies that some folks don't like. I think you have to really have to I think probably fill out that skeleton a little bit so that we know what we're talking about. We've had to do that with our business development packages for all those years, and that's been a slow process of kind of trying to get that right. But I think I'd like to suggest we put effort into that because we're going to need a lot of tools, and that's a good tool to start developing to be able to use with respect to some of these. So anyway, it's an interesting, I remember the property that you were talking about, Mayor, about the scrapbooking. Wow, that brings back memories of a long time ago, doesn't it? But and I don't have a strong feeling about that property, though I don't doubt that it's might be along the lines of the others that we have here. One question for Director Pierce would be on the 800 Main Street property, the Wildwood Guitar. My understanding is that the owner is interested in redeveloping that property. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, that's terrific. I don't know where they are in that. I wonder, that sounds like they're actually taking a little more they're taking initiative on their own. I don't know what, I guess maybe a question for you would be, Why is that property like the others?
Well, I think it's actually, it probably is a little bit different. So I think, I have a relationship with the owner of the building. If anyone doesn't know, they did move their business within Lewisville. So they now have a location at CTC, which I think they've already outgrown as well within the first year there. But I think this is mainly one of those pandemic impacts that we can't really lay our finger on. So, the timing that this business moved to CTC, kind of by the time they got the new operation up and running and starting to talk about redeveloping the prior property, the pandemic hit. And I think they've just been very waylaid by that. So it's why I say there's intent, but it is one where there may be a different opportunity in terms of a public-private partnership because there's not already a zoning application, right? So there's probably more ability to engage the property owner potentially about vision and what the property might provide and what additional public benefit the city could maybe negotiate or incent that property owner developer to undertake, rather than the property owner, gets around to their redevelopment plans and then brings us a set of plans. And then we're just reacting and, trying to navigate that process versus having an earlier conversation and more in-depth engagement. So it's one I've kept in touch on, and, every few months a friendly phone call and are you ready to talk about this yet? And, they've stayed receptive, which I think is important. I've never, not gotten feedback or an answer. So, if they stop returning my phone calls, then I'll get worried that they have changed their mind. But I do think there's good intent. The timing of all the pandemic was really terrible for them.
Yeah. I mean, I want to be careful, I think, like we all do, about kind of how we characterize some of these properties. It's like you don't want to suggest that any other, problem children that, you just by including them on lists and so forth, you do give a certain, you do attach a certain connotation to that. But, and the other thing is that I think, I'm also remembering the mayor's comments about trying to define the problem. Now I'm going to say just the opposite of what I just said, but defining the problem correctly. We want to make sure we're defining properties that, we really want to focus on, as narrowly as we can, because we have only limited resources to be directing to the efforts. But I think these are, in the abstract or in the broad scheme of things, I think the list that you have here is great. I think I'd probably drop off the last three of them. But I think you're doing a tremendous job, and I think giving us an unranked list like this at least helps us not get forced into taking sides on a few of the properties and looking at them better as a whole. But that's all I've got. Thanks.
Councilmember Dickinson, is your comment on 800 Main?
No, it is not.
I'm just gonna, while we're on 800 Main, bring up one topic. If you could stop sharing for just a second, Megan, and am I allowed to share my screen with these permissions? I am, yay. So I intended to share a photograph. Did I do it successfully? So this is a historic picture of downtown, and it's the Wildwood building is in the bottom right-hand corner there. And I bring it up because we're talking about incentives and resources and things like that. And I just would hope as part of the program that we would really reach out and strongly educate the community members on our historic preservation program. I think there's a lot of misinformation, especially on the commercial side about it, because it actually affords you additional square footage beyond what's allowed by our municipal code for the typical zoning. And we have substantial incentives that we can provide. It's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we've always been pretty generous with historic circumstance and gone up to like over $400,000, I think, on the most recent one on Main Street. And I just show this picture because I think a lot of people don't realize that there's a really cute brick bank under the wood siding on Wildwood Guitar. And I've heard there's a fire and some things may need restoration, but that's exactly and precisely what the historic preservation tax is for. So I just hope that as part of the tools that we use, that we consider the context of each of the different properties and use all the tools that we have available. So I just wanted to share that. Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks, Mary. I very much appreciate that lens as a former HPC, Deb Fahey. As a former HPC member, certainly excited when we can reclaim some of those old buildings and revitalize them and repurpose them. It's environmentally friendly. It is culturally very cool and aesthetically awesome as well. So I think those are great things to look into. Back to the like public-private partnership. I actually don't know if this is a question best for Megan or Rob or Kathleen. So any of you can step in, but I find it difficult to execute. And I think Megan, you were sort of alluding to it with this last one, but once, so for instance, Cinnabar, there's an application that's started, and I don't know how far along it is, but I know it's far enough along that when I was emailed a sort of, hey, check out what we're thinking about doing, I sent it to our attorney. I'm like, well, should I look at this or where are we in the process? Like, yeah, you probably shouldn't look at it. So to partner with them is very, very difficult because I'm no longer allowed to even know what they're doing. And so I think a lot of residents ask us, oh, you should have worked with the Red Tail Ridge people to do, like, we don't work with them. We are not allowed to collaborate. I can't even speak to them. I wasn't even able to step on the Red Tail Ridge property for the 2 years I've been on council. It would be against the law for me to do that. And so to collaborate, to do a public-private partnership, I think we'd have to change how we operate in some way, shape, or form. I don't know if it's an extreme change or a very small change, but if we wanted to collaborate with the people that are currently considering or have submitted an application for any property. So again, this is kind of what I have to do, right? For any property, if someone was going to submit a concept, I can no longer talk to them and council can no longer talk to them. And so collaborating with them to come up with something that we all want as a community becomes difficult, right? And then we step back as the decision makers when an application comes in and we're done being advocates, we're done being, people that can work with them, right? And that's in the hope of transparency, and that's so important. But is that public-private relationship purely staff or purely public? Or is there a way for this council, as representatives of our community, to engage with people who are considering, for instance, developing Wildwood or developing the Rose and Raven? Can we say, oh, you know what we want you to do? And can we have a conversation with them? Or is that impossible? Like how, or I guess so, how would we have a conversation with them in our current system of government? Or what would we have to change in our current system of government in order to be more collaborative with people that are thinking about working with us?
Councilmember Dickinson, I'll take a shot at part of it just from my perspective, and then
I listed 4 people. I didn't even think to list you, Mayor. I apologize.
So from my perspective, like what you just described is facilitated from the comprehensive plan process. So if we want to park in an area, we really think, hey, this would be a great park, or we really need an elementary school in an area. Those are all things to define on the comprehensive plan. We really need a stage with public gathering space in this area. Like all of those things we should be defining in our comp plan. And then that signals to the staff, they know then, hey, they're looking for additional park space in this, something that's a public good. Like what is a parking garage? They're really looking for a parking garage in this area. They're really looking for additional transit access. They're looking for additional name public thing, courthouse, renewable energy facility, they're really looking for localized battery storage backup so we can have a microgrid in that area. Those are all things we should identify in the comp plan, in my opinion. And then the staff knows when things come forward, like on an application, that, hey, this is either something that's required for this area, or, hey, this would be a really big benefit for this area. There's a partnership opportunity there. And that way, those things can be brought forward for council to consider. So that's why I brought forward the suggestion on the park space in the Sam's Club, because we've done all of these. The small area plans were mini comp plans, right? It was like the comp plan didn't do all of its work, so we had to do all of these small area plans. And we got all this public feedback around park space around Sam's Club. And so that's why I felt comfortable offering that one up as a proposal. And then I feel like the historic preservation example is sort of an example of a public-private partnership. It's really a public program that we have that exists. So like within the context of that public program, we offer incentives and funds, and we've outlined a program. So if there are other programs council thinks like, hey, we should develop a program where we put up half the money for solar panels, whatever it is, X, Y, or Z, we can develop that program, and then it applies equally to all the applicants, like whether it's any address, like, hey, I want to get in on that partnership, then they know they can apply and do it. So that's my perspective on how it works. And I think there's a good process. And I think part of the frustration is like our comp plan is long in the tooth, and like it's ready for, it's time for a comp plan amendment. Like that's why we do them every 10 years. So that's my perspective. Other folks want to weigh in on Councilmember Dickinson's question before we go, or, you know, he put out a big topic there. Other folks want to weigh on that before we go into other topics. Councilmember Brown?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think just to follow on with what you were saying, and to I think there's ways that we can engage with the development community, with the community in general, to talk about what we want in a particular space. And there are ways that we can do it that don't violate the kind of due process and the quasi-judicial process that we have. I think other communities do it. I think the comp plan and small area plan process is part of that. But I think there's other ways that probably that we can work, as long as sort of staff know what the community wants out of a particular area. So I think the public-private partnership idea is a very intriguing idea, and especially when you're talking about kind of public goods like parks in some of these areas that are sitting underutilized or vacant. That's a really interesting opportunity for us.
Director Zaccaro, I think, wants to add in on it, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Dickinson. Director Zaccaro?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to try to answer a little bit of, I think, Councilmember Dickinson's question. So, you know, a public-private partnership could also be prior to a zoning application or a quasi-judicial process. You know, one example is the city purchasing a property and then, you know, seeking a development partner. And then maybe, so this is what happened at the grain elevator, for example. City purchased the property, they put out an RFP, that a development partner. Certainly at some point, you know, the PUD process started, and then it is quasi-judicial. So I think there are other ways to engage. And you know, if council wanted, and you know, Director Pierce, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one of the things potentially to get out of this was, you know, is the city council interested in maybe pursuing those and talking about processes for that? You know, if a property is already initiated a zoning process, that's where you don't want to have the contact. And I think that's what's happened at the Cinnabar property. They've formally entered our process with the formal pre-app. And then I think, just to answer one more question, if I may, you know, we have talked in the past about sketch plan processes. And so those are formal processes that we could actually put into our ordinances that create a way for a developer to come to the city and not go through a formal rezoning, but get in front of either planning commission or city council or both. And, you can't judge the final project, but you could provide some level of feedback. Now there's pros and cons to that. I know, I think it was about 4, maybe even 5 years ago, we did have a study session with council to discuss sketch plan processes. It's been brought up at a few recent council meetings. That is a tool that we could consider and see if council wanted to try to formalize that process. It doesn't really work if it's just informal and you just let people come. You really want to formalize it, I think, to make it part of your land use development review process to do it right.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Yeah, I appreciate them kind of thinking about those comments. So I guess my concern is currently like in 2021, and Rob, I don't mean to put you on the spot here. It's an unfair question, but do you have a pretty good sense of what this council wants to see at the Cinnabar location?
So we have policies. So when staff starts working with an applicant, we're going to follow the adopted policy. So we have a comprehensive plan, which doesn't have a lot of information. We have a small area plan, and we follow that policy, and that's what we tell a potential developer. What that policy would say is that if you want to change the existing land use, you need to come to council with a comprehensive plan amendment, and that's all it says. So staff really doesn't have any direction other than that. We know there's other goals of the city that are out there that could influence a potential development, but it's very difficult to give a potential developer direction, without actual written policy.
Yeah, exactly. I think my concern is that we don't have, I don't know that there's a developer coming into the Coles area that's like, oh, well, this is what council wants. Based on the comprehensive plan, based on the small area plan, based on council's decision recently, this is what council wants, this is what the community wants, so I'm going to offer that. So it feels like we need to reframe what it is we want there, but a comp plan, a small area plan, redoing that entirely is probably years. I mean, and someone can help me with that, but it's my understanding is it's quite intense. I wasn't part of the last one, but it's an important process, so it's a long process. There's a lot of engagement, and so my concern is it seems like, and I try not to speak for council, but it seems like we have a council that's pretty unified in wanting to do something about Parcel O, wanting to do something about some other spaces, but we're not really in a position to create a narrative about that space. We have to take what comes and then base the application on the comp plan and the small area plan, and then on our decisions based, on the application, of course. But we're not really projecting as Tamara said, hey, put some park area here. Like you're hearing that, like put some park area here. Do our potential investors have a sense of what we want in these spaces, or do we need to do something to create a narrative where they do understand what's wanted? Because we don't want a conflict of a developer wanting one thing and the public wanting something else, and we're torn between those two things. We want it all aligned. We want the public, the applicant, and the council to be like, this is great, let's do it. But I don't know what the vehicle is to communicate that.
Yes, I would just say that although we have a formal 10-year comprehensive plan update baked into our ordinance, council could initiate policy changes anytime in those intervening 10 years if they felt there was a particular area of town that warranted, a re-envisioning. And then we could engage with the public. We could create potential new policies based on that formal process. It doesn't have to be as extensive as the whole 10-year update. So that's just one potential avenue.
And we did several of those like that. I mean, throughout the last 10 years. Councilmember Dickinson, were you finished? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, Councilmember Fahey.
Yes, I'm going to say that I agree that we need to do something more formally to assist the planning department and the EVC to promote the things that we would like to see in the different areas in town. One issue, though, that seems to be kind of brushed over, I guess, is with parcel O, is all of those covenants. And we can't overrule the covenants. I don't know. I don't think that the owner of the Sam's Club has bought out the covenants from Walmart yet. And so there's still additional ones on that particular property that we cannot overrule. And so we need to come up with some way of letting everyone know what we'd like to see, but also somehow figuring out a way to enable them to give us what we'd like to see. And right now, it's every parcel in the Mccasland area has some kind of challenge. If it's not the covenants, it's the zoning, or it's, renting to the RTD or whatever it is. But every parcel has a challenge that's unusual. So we need to somehow find a way to overcome those issues.
Councilmember Lay?
Yeah, I appreciate the comments earlier of, I keep wanting to refer to him as Planning Director Zaccaro, but I can't. But I think the idea of formalizing some kind of sketch plan process would be a very, very good development in a lot of ways. I think it would be, it just would reduce the high risk, high reward, kind of thing, and it give people a chance earlier on to understand whether something looked like it would be worth pursuing or not. There's all kinds of pitfalls around that we'd have to deal with, but I do think that at least if I had to put my finger on, now having been on council for 7 years, one of the biggest difficulties in doing business in Lewisville, at least it's the perception of some. I'm not going to say it's perception of everybody, but it is the perception of some that things aren't as predictable or and businesses need predictability. I mean, it may be kind of like, okay, we're not gonna, it's not gonna work for us to do something, but to be able to provide an earlier assessment, I think would go a long way at, I think, demonstrating the city's kind of good faith at kind of helping that process along. It's a really hard process doing land use in any city. It's not just us. It's not only us, but I think a lot of communities do that. It's a really good thing. And I think it's a good way to help us mold what ends up coming through so that we don't end up with something that's sort of, but not.
Thank you, Councilmember Lay. So I just want to end on a higher note. So I just want to remind everybody that, we're focusing on these areas because we want to do better. But the Mccasland area, for as much time and energy we spend on hating it, it generates the most sales tax revenue by far of any area in our city. It's over half of the in-city sales tax revenue. So while, the vibe of it may not engender some kind of wonderful, picture in our brain, that is actually where everyone is spending their money. And it is doing very well and has continued to do very well over the past 10 years. And so one area that's continued to struggle actually to rebound is some of the restaurant revenue hasn't recovered like it has in other areas from the pandemic because the office workers aren't back in the office park. So we have some opportunities there, and we have these opportunities we've identified tonight that I think, we have a lot to work on. But I guess I would just sort of close us out tonight on, we have a plan to discuss the work plan for next year. One of the items is the comprehensive plan. A lot of what I heard people describing tonight of what they want is actually the comp plan process. And I know it's like eager to cut corners and things like that, but there's a reason that it's laid out the way that it is. And so I think, taking on that deliberate process will be a good thing for us. So we have that to look forward to. And the covenants, I know the parties to the covenants have been in talks and negotiations. And so those have been going on. So we can all be hopeful over the holiday season that will resolve. And, even more than hopeful, they really have been talking to each other. And I do think some of the things that have happened in the last 18 months have had a pandemic impact. And it's really hard to account for all of that. But there are some things happening in the background that I think will come forward for us to see and consider and make us all feel better about some of the things because of the actions that the private property owners have been taking during the pandemic to better position themselves coming out. So as much as everybody wants to know every detail about everything, we can't all know every detail about every private party transaction that's happening because it would jeopardize the private party transaction. And sometimes the private sector has to work those things out. So I think we have a lot to look forward to. I think we've given staff some pretty good direction tonight. And I would really thank the EBC for all their hard work to bring these things forward. These aren't easy conversations, but I think focusing on, what areas do we want to focus on? What are some of the problem areas? How can we bring these things together with our processes and the tools that we have available? I think we'll get some really positive outcomes. Anything else on this agenda topic for tonight? All right. I want to make sure I know where we are because we moved the agenda order around. So next we are going to E on people's agenda if you're following along because we've already acted on D. And so item E is ordinance number 1820 series 2021, an ordinance amending titles 4 and 14 of the Lewisville Municipal Code concerning regulation of city open space and parks. This is our first reading and we'll set the public hearing for 12/21/2021. I move to do that.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion of the motion setting the public hearing? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, everyone. The public hearing set, and I'll turn it over to Kathleen Kelly for our city attorney's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report this evening.
Thank you. And that takes us to our council comments, committee reports, and identification of future agenda items. Any folks have committee reports or future agenda items? All right, seeing none, that takes us to the end of our meeting. We're adjourned. Thank you guys so much. See you next week.